Brandon, I have a question. Can you convert a PowerPoint document to a PDF? So,
Can you hear me over the IP meeting?
I can't hear you. Okay.
It won't let you open it up in PowerPoint?
No, if I share a document, it's gotta be in PDF.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you should be able to save as or print to PDF.
Looks like it. Barely. Mayor, did you get attacked by a dermatologist? What happened to you? Yeah.
To the show.
Are you going to be able to?
I went to my went to pick up.
Am I going to be able to talk over the IP meeting or the presentation?
There were like back-to-back basketball practices over over that's better. Stanford, right? Walk in there and all these kids are. Come on, famous. Yeah. Yep. That's that. Another dermatologist.
Looks like it.
Oh yeah. Well, it's like probably these are just the ones that show. Yeah, exactly. And then these are bios. These are fantasy bios. She froze me.
Yeah. Well, hopefully she saved your life.
And that's a good thing. And, you know, I'm sure that she appreciated making the payment on her lenses.
Yeah. You ever see the Seinfeld episode where Jerry gets mad and calls the dermatologist Dr. Pimple Popper?
Oh,
And then until they bring up the idea of skin cancer and feel really bad for criticizing.
I really like her.
Yeah, you can? No. I mean, well, it's saying on here that I'm talking. It's giving me this little thing on the screen that says Brandon Mullane.
He can hear you.
Let me hang up. And is the
Oh, gotcha.
okay? I'm gonna hang up the phone.
Okay. I'm gonna hang up.
Everybody there?
All right, guys, sorry.
Good?
I sound like an oracle though. You guys hear all that echoing in the background?
Mhm.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
He's saying that's what's being recorded. Can we get that? Get that? Get that? Get that? Get that? Get that? Part of it.
It's running through these speakers instead of that.
You guys there? Y'all there? Can you hear me? You guys hear me? Enough because it freezes up on me. Can you hear me?
Okay, now try to. Hold on. Let me take off speaker on my phone and say something.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay. We're gonna do this through my phone.
Cool.
Can you hear me, Brandon?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I can talk. I can talk directly to what's on the screen. So this will be fine as long as you guys don't mind.
Go get my phone.
All right.
We can start. All right, it is 5:12. We call this meeting to order. Roll call, please. Present.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, everybody in the audience. I'm really sorry I couldn't be there. It's not my fault. It's my 11-year-old. I have like my 4th stomach bug of the year, so y'all don't want me there. So my apologies. Really wish I could be there. Yeah, I'm gonna best I can here from my home base. I'm gonna try and do a training session and then be as best assistance as I can in the review of the next item after that, which is consideration of a final plat for the Oaks. And so Suzanne had mentioned to me that there are a lot of new members on the commission, and it's always great, to kind of revisit the rules and procedures of a planning commission. What you guys do. That's a really exhaustive subject, especially when you have other business on. So tonight we're just going to cover what I call part 7. You can see I've got 6 other parts that I can, happy to provide for you guys, but we don't need to get into the history of city planning and, the Greeks and all that jazz tonight. We just need to cover the basics on platting, because what you guys are going to be talking about here. So I got 20 slides. I'm going to go real fast for you guys. So that's what we presented tonight, the ins and outs, 101 on subdivision platting here in the great state of Texas. So Suzanne, if you could go to the next slide, please. Did I go to the next slide? There we go. I was worried there for a minute. Okay, so I've got the word implementation up here because, and I'll just talk about that for a minute. Subdivision platting, that's a form of implementation that the city does. The city has a comprehensive master plan. There's planning, and then there's implementation of planning. And so platting is just like zoning or annexation or building permits. It's all implementation of a plan that the city has. So that's what subdivision platting is. It's a responsibility that every municipality has and counties have too. So I'll just start out with a high level. What is a subdivision? We all grew up, like a child of the 80s. I always grew up, I live over in that subdivision. Well, a lot of times the word subdivision is used synonymously with neighborhood, but it's really actually a pretty technical concept. A subdivision in legal terms is just simply the physical division of land into 2 or more parts. You take one, you divide it into more than one, and you've got yourself a subdivision. It's basically when a parcel, a lot, or a tract is split up. Now, I'm going to get into those words too, because if you want to be a platting dork like me, you've got to know your terminology. So yeah, we say, we've all heard the word parcel, we've all heard the word lot, we've all heard the word tract, we've even heard the word plot, which that one kind of, that's a little pet peeve of mine, but I won't go into that. So yeah, we'll go into those terms a little more. Suzanne, if you could go to the next slide, please. I'm going through this fast. I told you guys there's like 20 something slides, so I'm usually pretty long-winded. So what is a parcel? Well, a parcel is basically a piece of land with a legal description. Parcels are created and abolished all day long under our nose. We have no idea. And so, a parcel is just a piece of land with a legal description. That's when, 2 people agree and sign off on it. It's not a parcel. Creating a parcel is not any kind of real subdivision process. So what are types of legal descriptions? Well, land is sometimes conveyed through a meets and bounds description. You guys probably heard that before. Sometimes through a survey. Every one of us has a survey of our house. And a legal description can be a lot and block description. So yeah, Suzanne, if you can go to the next one. But yeah, if you look at any kind of legal description, if you go into Hays County Appraisal District, and you click on a piece of land, it's going to have one of those. Usually a deed is going to have a meets and bounds description or a survey attached to it. But if you go into Hays CAD and look at the legal description, if it's a real simple one, like Lot 1, Block 2, Happy Acres subdivision, then it's a platted lot. But if it's not platted, it's going to have one of those long things. So what is a lot? No, it's not a bunch of something. All right, I'm going to take that up. I don't think that's funny anymore. It's a lot is a unit of land intended for development and established by an approved platted record. So I bet y'all never use the word lot ever again without thinking of that really technical definition. Even before I became a planner, I would say lot with parcel, but no, a lot is it's something that's established on a plat, which is what we're here talking about tonight. So like I said, the term lot is frequently used incorrectly to describe a parcel or tract of land. Go to the next slide. All right, so now that we know what parcels and lots are, don't look at the answers down there. Is a lot always a parcel? And usually I'm there with you and I could be all animated and ask this question and somebody raises their hand and said, yes or no. So just somebody yell it. Is a lot always a parcel? Yay! You're right. 'Cause yeah, you can have a parcel that is conveyed that also happens to be a lot. So is a parcel always a lot? Exactly. You can have somebody can take a lot and split it into two illegally, and then you have two parcels. And now you have a lot that's been illegally subdivided into two parcels. You don't have a properly platted lot anymore. So, all right, cool. Yep, passed. You can go to the next slide. Thanks. So, what is a plat then? A plat is, here's the real technical one. It's a map of specific land showing the locations and boundaries of parcels subdivided into lots. So say you start out with a big old parcel of land, kind of like the one we're going to talk about tonight. It's 5 acres. Subdivided into lots with streets, alleys, open space, and easements drawn to scale. A lot of times, you know, if you're a city planner like me, you know, the plat is always kind of used or considered to be interchangeable with a survey. You're going to talk to people, you know, like, oh, here's my plot plan. These are totally different documents from a legal standpoint. Go to the next slide, Suzanne. So a plat, these are some plats from the old city I worked in. That's what a plat looked like in 1952. And here's what the engineering profession has done to plats. No, I'm just kidding. I have to take digs at engineers whenever I can. Man, we've gone and made this complicated, haven't we? So yeah, that's what a plat looks like. So it's, you see the signatures on it. You see all those detailed specifications. I'm going to get into in a minute with the difference between preliminary plats and final plats. But yeah, a big difference, you know, the one on the left kind of resembles what a preliminary plat is. It's usually a little bit more simple. And the one on the right, now that's a final plat. You know, it's got block numbers, it's got topo, it's got curb radii, it's got like C values, and that's an engineering document. So that's what a plat looks like. And a survey is usually just, yeah, if you can go to the next one and I'll tell you. Let's jump ahead. Yes, a survey is just something that shows existing conditions. A plat establishes new conditions. So what is platting? Well, platting is the process of obtaining approval of a subdivision as required by a city subdivision ordinance and applicable state laws. So you could subdivide property all day long, but it's not platted unless you've gone through the process that we're about to go through here, or that the developer, that the applicant is going through. You can subdivide property all day long, but that doesn't mean that it's platted, and that doesn't mean that you've created lots. You've just created new pieces of land that, you know, depending on the size of it, you know, may or may not be allowed to do anything other than grow grass. I usually refer to it as, it's the process of preparing land for development. And like I said, you know, subdivision without plat approval is called an illegal subdivision of land. My house is like right on the edge of a cul-de-sac, and I've got like a 1/10 of an acre that serves no purpose other than to require water. I'd love to subdivide that off, but I can't do that because the lot would be too small. And if I did that, that would be an illegal subdivision. In order to do that, it has to go through a platting process. So, next slide. Oh yeah, so there you go. I knew I had that in here somewhere. What is a survey? Well, a survey is a scaled map prepared by a licensed engineer or registered land surveyor that documents existing conditions on a tract of land only. So that just, a survey just says, okay, you have lot 5, you know, block 6, Happy Acres, and you know, that was platted through this plat, you know, 25 years ago. Here are the easements. Here's the house. Here's the outbuildings, and here's the driveways. That's all the survey does. You know, so a survey doesn't establish anything. Yeah, so how's a survey different? There you go. It's, unlike a plat, a survey is not an instrument capable of establishing lots, addressing public improvements, or authorizing a land for development. The piece of land for development. Next slide. So why is land subdivided? Well, land is typically subdivided for 2 reasons. You know, it's subdivided because somebody wants to convey it, or it's subdivided because somebody intends to development. Usually it's the latter. You know, I mean, it isn't until you look at the county CAD map and you look at Texas or a county, all of the land that's close to cities the parcels start to get a lot smaller, right? Well, it's because people are subdividing, they're building, things become more dense. That's when you need roads and those kinds of things. And so usually that's why land is subdivided, because somebody wants to carve off a piece of it and sell it to Quick Trip or Rick Town or somebody. So conveyance is selling it off. Yeah, that's me trying to act like a lawyer. Yeah, no, it's and the reason why I put conveyance in there, because I like, every city's different. Great, thanks for asking that question, by the way. Who was that? Thank you, Chairman. So yeah, different subdivision codes. Sometimes, they'll have conveyance plats. Because a lot of times when you plat something, and actually I'll get into this in a minute. When somebody subdivides, the whole point of, like I said, typically the point of subdividing is to prepare land for development. And when you prepare land for development, what's necessary? Public improvements necessary to serve that development. And so if it's understood that platting prepares land for development and subdividing is anticipating development, well, then you need to require that developer to address public improvements, submit a drainage analysis, potentially dedicate right of way, put in streets, put in water, sewer, all those types of things. Well, like I said, most of the time it is going to be for development, but sometimes mom and pa just want to carve off a piece of land to give to their kid, and they're not planning on selling it to Quick Trip. And so for that, sometimes it doesn't make sense to beat them over the head with the platting process, the formal platting process, which requires thousands of dollars in engineering and basically saying, what are you going to build on this? And so if nobody plans to build anything, sometimes you can have separate processes to subdivide land just for conveyance. It doesn't have the typical platting process, and I'll go into that in just a minute. And so, but usually it's subdivided for development. If you can go to the next slide. Yeah, so subdivision for conveyance only. It's less often. Say a property owner. I could have just gone straight to this slide. Property owner subdivides a portion of the property just for conveyance purposes. The subdivider or buyer does not intend to immediately develop the land. Conveyance is typically kind of an interim step in the development or redevelopment of land. A good example of conveyance of land is pretty much everything on the west side of 281, south of Bulverde, that is a large tract and doesn't have anything on it. HEB or Milam Partners or one of these huge development conglomerates owns it, and they have ag exemptions and they pay less taxes than we do. That's not fair. I'm not going to start on that. But if they sell it off to some other developer, they're just conveying it. They don't really have any plans. They're going to wait till all the rooftops go in, and then they're going to subdivide it and develop it. So typically when subdivision happens for conveyance only, a lot of times the city will have a platting process or have some sort of process that allows land to be conveyed without going through a full platting process. But you don't get to build anything on it. You don't get to get a building permit, because that's what platting is for. So if you can go to the next one. So subdivision for development. This is most often land is subdivided because it is intended for immediate development. In this case, the developer knows how they intend to develop the land and what they intend to develop it for. So it's easy for them to hire Kimley Horn Engineers, who is an engineer for the plat that we're talking about tonight. It's easy to hire Kimley Horn and say, please design me construction plans and do a drainage analysis and traffic impact analysis for this development. And so that's typically when a city goes, or a developer initiates the full platting and development process, which is what we're going to be doing tonight, which is really the nature of what you guys do. Y'all review subdivision plats. Go to the next slide. So why is platting important? And we're not talking about conveyance anymore. We're talking about platting for development. When land is subdivided for development, it's going to have an impact. Look at, just a raw piece of land, especially in a city like Wood Creek or Wimberley. There's a lot of wagon, trails on the outside of the city, and that's where the land is that developers are wanting to develop with these new subdivisions. So that development's going to have an impact. And, 9.9 times out of 10, the public improvements like roads and or water and sewer or drainage doesn't exist to mitigate the impact that development's going to have. So plating is the process for the city to make sure that the adequate provision of public improvements and utilities is provided. Plating that's the city's shot to make sure they get what they need. That's the city's shot to make sure that they implement their primary task for existing in the first place, which is to protect people and ensure the orderly growth and development of the city. So in the Supreme Court world, getting developers to provide things, to provide public improvements, a fancy word for that is called exactions. Exactions are, basically public improvement construction, or putting in a road or dedicating right away for a road. This includes water and sewer lines, stormwater systems, parklands, streetscaping, dry utilities, and the level of improvement and the extent of exactions that a city requests from a developer it varies, and it's always linked to the impact that the development's going to have. So, for example, the plot that we're talking about tonight, they had to provide traffic impact analysis, they had to provide drainage analysis, and we had to look at the impact this development's going to have to make sure that the infrastructure they provide isn't going to cause any kind of undue impact on the city, and lower the city's existing level of service that it provides to its existing residents. So that's why plating is important. Once the city plats a piece of property and you have lots, because remember, you can't buy or sell or convey land without platting it and creating lots first. So once you've got those lots created, the developer can go sell off those lots, and the city doesn't really have a chance to get that road back or get that right of way back. You can't go after the fact and say, hey, can I have that 15 feet for the road? They're going to say, buy from me. So that's your legal time to make sure that this development doesn't hurt your existing city. Next slide. Yes, sir. Hey, Mayor. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you guys could hear me okay. Jeez. I'm sorry. Oh, no. Okay. Well, let me stop here then. And do you guys have any questions for me so far? If you haven't been able to hear me that well. Yeah. Or you want me to say something? Sorry. Well, the good thing is that I have been more or less reciting these slides verbatim. So, except for my parts where yeah. Oh, wow. So if she can hear me through IP, that means that the problem's on y'all's end, because y'all are only hearing me through the phone. Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. Hi, Deborah. Yes, sir. Okay, I'm gonna try to speak up as much as I can. So yeah, so my apologies. It's not coming through real well for you guys. So give me just a minute. I lost my. Okay, there we go. So yeah, if you can go to the next slide. So okay, so yeah, so again, another reason was plating is important for multiple reasons. So again, why is plating important? In addition to being the city's shot at one shot, and I use the word shot because we have all these things in state law now called shot clocks and things. It's the city's shot to make sure it gets the improvements that it needs. By state law, land cannot be subdivided unless a plat has been approved for the subdivision. So why is this necessary? Why should government get involved in the platting process? Why should government say you can't do anything unless the land's been, or you can't subdivide unless you do a plat? Well, because building permits cannot be issued for a tract that is not properly platted. So nothing gets done unless you get a building permit, and you can't get a building permit unless you have a platted lot. So why is this? Well, and here's a long sentence. I try to make this logical. Since platting is the process of preparing land for development, and since a building permit authorizes development, then an unplatted tract is technically not properly improved with adequate public infrastructure and utilities unless it has gone through the platting process. So that's why you can't get a building permit unless land is properly platted. And that's why you can't subdivide land unless you plat. Or else people would out there, else things would look like, trying to think of a place that is kind of not a healthy place to be, but I don't want to name places. Next slide. Are there exemptions from platting? Absolutely. So remember what I was talking about, when you look at the Hays County map, you see that lots become, the closer they get to the core downtown of a city, lots become a lot smaller, things become dense. Well, going back to, conveyance, a lot of times people do convey land, or they do subdivide land just for conveyance. And so typically when land is subdivided just for conveyance purposes, it's going to be larger. And so state law anticipates this and acknowledges this by saying a subdivision of land into 2 or more parts is exempt provided all parts are 5 acres or larger and no improvement is required to be dedicated to the city, and each parcel after the subdivision will have adequate access from existing streets. So what that's basically saying is we understand that, out in the sticks, where there's just a wagon trail road and everything is like 100-acre pieces, and somebody wants to divide a 100-acre piece into 50 acres to give it to a son or a daughter. All they're going to be doing is just building a rural house on it. What that means is, okay, there's no need, as long as it has access to a road, as long as they're not creating some landlocked piece of land, and as long as there isn't some sort of county, thoroughfare plan that requires, it says that a county road is going to go through there or something, you don't need to plat. No harm is going to be done. There's going to be no impact by not requiring them to plat. So yeah, those are the typical exemptions. Next slide. So what are the different types of plats and who approves them? Well, you've got preliminary plats. In Wood Creek, the P&Z Commission is a recommending body to the city council. Some cities only P&Z approves plats. Unless you have like a variance or something like that, then it doesn't go to city council. Wood Creek, the P&Z is an approving body, and they make a recommendation to the city council, and the city council makes the final approval. Same with final plats. Starts with you guys, which is what we're doing tonight. The next step on our plat that we're talking about tonight is potentially city council. You got a replat. Replats. This plat that we have tonight is actually a replat. But a replat is basically where you're taking an existing platted lot and you're changing it in some way. Sometimes you're removing an easement, if it's platted a while back. In this case, it's it's one lot, and they're wanting to plat it into, I think, 20 different lots. And there's also vacating plat. That is a relic of the platting world. Nobody really does those anymore. And then there's amending plats where it's like amending plats are real minor things, typically done by staff. And I honestly need to look at y'all's code. I don't know. I think y'all do amending plats by staff. It's sort of amending plat is usually where you have like two lots and somebody wants to combine them. Again, no impact. So there's also some cities have development plats, minor plats, conveyance plats. You can look those up. There's a lot of literature on those. I like all three of those personally. And I know you guys are working on your subdivision codes. So that's something that definitely happy to give some guidance on. Next slide. So tonight I'm just gonna briefly discuss preliminary plats because those are the two forms of plats. With platting, you call it preliminary plat, final plat. It's called the form of a plat. So these are the two forms that we're going to be talking about. So the purpose of a preliminary plan is basically to present a preliminary layout of a larger non-phased subdivision. Now, sometimes it could be phased, actually. I need to take that. Sometimes it could be phased to facilitate a review by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Preliminary plan is usually like much higher level. It doesn't have as much detail. Back in the old days, a preliminary plan was kind of a napkin sketch. It was that first thing that a developer did just to see if the city, to see if it passed the muster of the city. And sometimes if a developer needed variances, they would ask for variances through that process. It's really the first step, and it's intended to be high level for the reason that, it's the first thing the developer does before they start to expend massive amounts of money on development, like engineering costs or urban designer cost or, costs trying to figure out what builder they can get. Development's expensive. So yeah, it's basically a preliminary guarantee is what it is. Like I said, it provides assurance to the developer that it's safe to proceed to spend funds on engineering. Per state law, a preliminary plat is valid for 2 years. That's chapter 245 of the local government code. I'll be discussing that a little bit more with the plat that we have tonight. So preliminary plat, once you get approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission, and in the case of Wood Creek City Council, the developer has 2 years to submit a final plat and to get that final plat approved, or else it expires and they have to start from scratch. Next slide. So the final plat, the big difference between a preliminary plat document itself, just the plat document itself, not all the stuff that goes along with it, but the document itself, the big difference is more detailed surveying. There's going to be a lot more details in that plat. There's going to be a lot of plat notes. There's going to be signatures. There's going to be a lot more C values, curve radii, and there's going to be more easements and things on there because the idea is that it hasn't gone through a full, rigid technical review process. And construction plans, with a preliminary plat, construction plans for the roads and the water and the sewer and drainage, all that stuff hasn't been created yet with a preliminary plat. With a final, it's been created. So there's more knowledge of what needs to go on that plat. So that's why it's usually a lot more detailed. It requires prior or concurrent review of associated construction plans and analyses because as we'll discuss tonight, Planning and Zoning Commission, City Council can't review or won't typically by right from state law. Cities will not consider a final plat until the developers demonstrated that they will provide adequate public facilities. And the only way you can demonstrate that is through engineering and construction plans. So that's our job as K-Freeze, is to review those and advise y'all to say, hey, these meet the muster for construction design, and we think that the developers mitigated all the impact. Sometimes, like I said, sometimes a final plat is only a portion of a preliminary plat. Some cities have master development plans and concept plans and stuff, but a lot of cities just have a preliminary plat. So a lot of times the preliminary plat's the whole, the final plat is just a unit within it when it's phased. And lastly, the final plat is the formal final document that gets recorded with the county and becomes the plat of record. That's what's referenced until somebody else goes and changes it or replats it. All right, next slide. So what documents are typically required with a plat? Well, for one thing, the plat document itself, and that's what you guys have before you here for the for this plat. There's a traffic impact analysis that has to be provided that demonstrates how many trips there will be and justifies the roadway infrastructure that's, you know, sometimes for bigger developments, a TIA, you know, through that process, it'll be determined. You still there? Hello? You still there? Suzanne, I lost you there for a minute. Can you hear me okay? Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what happened. Okay, are we back, or am I back the way I was? Cool. Okay, sorry. So yeah, so you know, what does the developer have to provide? Well, they need to provide traffic impact analysis. They need to provide a stormwater master plan. It's a fancy way of saying a drainage analysis. They need to. That's where they get into water quantities, water quality, velocity. You know, they need to demonstrate that water going down your street isn't going to flood out your. You know. Hey, sorry, I don't know what happened. Oh, right on. Okay, I'm gonna hang this up then. Okay. Okay, can you guys hear me? Hello? Oh man, I can't hear you guys though. Can y'all hear me? I couldn't hear y'all. Yeah. Okay. Sounds awesome. Okay, guys. I just have a few more, guys. So yeah, so again, what documents are required of the plat? Sometimes you'll need an environment. Some cities require an environmental analysis. If it's on a TxDOT road, you need TxDOT's approval. You need a utility provider approval, especially if you're in a city like Wood Creek that doesn't have its own utility. You need a letter from Aqua or City of Wimberley that says, hey, we have capacity to serve and we have, you know, infrastructure that's nearby. Sometimes you need a tree survey. You always need public improvement construction plans. That's what we called them in San Marcos. They had a fancy acronym, PICP. And then you need cost estimates. The engineers have to tell the city how much they estimate it's going to cost, because 9 times out of 10, a developer wants to record that plat immediately prior to constructing the improvements. And the only way they can do that is if they provide the city a fiscal surety, which I'm about to talk about. Next slide. So what comes after final plat approval? Tonight, we are considering approval of a final replat, which is essentially a final plat. It's just the only difference is it's not raw. The only difference between a final plat and a final replat is that with a replat, you're replatting a previously established lot. With a final plat, it's not a replat, you're platting out a parcel. So, or one or more parcels. So what comes after the final plat approval? Well, typically public improvements are required to be installed before a plat is recorded. That's the way they did it back in the old days, back when, before we got sophisticated with financing mechanisms. So a lot of times things were constructed before final plat. Some cities even require that. Improvements are constructed after the preliminary plat. Sometimes a developer may want to convey the lots before improvements are installed. Typically with large subdivisions, they want to start selling those things off, or at least start selling what they call paper lots. In this case, they have to provide the city with a fiscal surety. So what is a surety? Here comes the big definition. Next slide. A surety is basically a payment to the city for the full cost of public improvements associated with the plat in case the developer sells the land and flees Tahiti. That doesn't really, it happens sometimes, I guess. I think it happened to my grandfather back in the 70s. But yeah, it's basically just insurance. So if the project doesn't work out and the developer goes broke, the economy tanks, or there's tons of reasons. The city has, again, done its primary job of ensuring the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens, both existing and new, by making sure that lots that they purchase in good faith, that they have everything they need, the basics of life: water, sewer, a road, and their neighbor not draining on them. So next slide. So what is staff's role and responsibility in approving plats? Well, staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council, they both have very different but equally important roles. So staff's role is, I'm not going to say it's the most important, but it's the one that has the potential to be, I'd say messed up the most, which is why us staff are always like really stressed out. So our job is to make sure, and I'm not staff, but I'm kind of an extension of staff. I work for staff, and I work for the council too, but my job is to help them as much as possible. So it's their job to ensure that the plat request submittal is administratively complete. And so why is that? Well, you're going to hear me talk about Chapter 245 several times tonight. Chapter 245 is a chapter in Texas Local Government Code that spells out provisions that are intended to both protect cities and protect developers. So what it says is, when a developer submits a plat, and a plat is treated just like any other permit, just like a building permit for a house, it basically says the city has 10 days to review that plat to make sure it's administratively complete. Not to make sure that all the little curve numbers and everything are right, and that lots aren't the perfect width and everything. No, just to make sure that they gave the right stuff. Did they give a fee? Did they give an application? Did they give a drainage analysis? Did they actually give you a plat? And so the city has 10 days to review that for completeness and potentially reject it. Because if they let that 10 days lapse, that developer is vested into the codes that are existing in that time, no matter how awful and incomplete and heinous that plat was. So that's the city's only, and it's a lot of times cities are growing fast. I work for a lot of growing cities where they're trying to address new development that comes in, and they're trying to fix problems. So, oh, you there? Hello? Yeah, I thought I heard somebody asking me a question. Okay. All right. So again, so that's the city's role. If you can go back to that last slide, Suzanne, I'm sorry. So then, assuming that say the plat is incomplete, say that the city looked at it like, you didn't even give me a plat document. Okay, the city has, it's incumbent on the city, I'm guessing in this case, it's City Secretary Suzanne, and I assist with this, and you look at, say, here's the stuff you need, here's what you're missing. And so you have to give developers a list within 10 days and say, here are the things you need. And then the developer has 45 days to provide those things. If they provide them within 45 days, they're still vested into the codes that existed at the time they initially submitted that incomplete request. If the 45 days lapses, It's like they just completely wasted their time. It's like the application never happened and they're not vested in anything and they have to start over from scratch with whatever the codes are on that new day. And so, and the other big thing that the city needs to do, which is, I saw some of the email traffic and everybody was asking, we just had a meeting. Why are we meeting again? Well, thanks to your governor and your current legislators, they created this thing called the shot clock bill, which basically says once a developer submits a plat, the city has 30 days to act on it. So assuming that the plat was considered complete within that 10 days, and the city sent the developer an email saying, hey, all right, everything's good to go, then the city has 30 days from the day they submitted that plat to bring it to you guys and to have y'all consider it and make sure that, and have us review the construction plans and make sure this thing is okay, and make sure all the public improvements are okay, and that all the impacts have been mitigated. The staff has 30 days to get it to you guys, or else that plat is automatically approved, no matter how messed up it is. That's pretty scary, isn't it? So I won't go into my soapbox on that, but even the developers are not liking that these days because cities have no choice but to just go deny the thing. There's no time to work back and forth with developers to have a nice process. It's just, if it's not complete, if it's substantially incomplete, it's just going to get denied and they have to restart. So pretty stressful here, the role that staff has, and that's our job to help. Okay, so that's what staff's role is. Now, what is the Planning and Zoning Commission's roles? You guys have a super important role too. Next slide. Well, when it comes to plats that meet all the requirements, you don't have a huge responsibility. But when it comes to plats that that have issues, y'all have a huge responsibility, because y'all are the appointed officials that basically lay the requirements down. So y'all's role, like I said, what's y'all's responsibility in approving plats? Not much, frankly, when it comes to plats that meet all the requirements in the subdivision code. I had an attorney tell me once that the P&Z's role, and in the case of council, that role is ministerial. If the plat meets the requirements, the P&Z has to approve it. And P&Z does not approve associated documents, just the plat itself. Y'all rely on us and staff to review those separate documents. You guys aren't going to see a 30-page set of construction plans come to you. It can come to you if you want it. Nothing that says it can't come to you, but typically y'all just approve the document itself, and that's the purpose of a staff report, is to guide you guys and say, here's what we've reviewed, here are the issues, which is what I did in that staff report that you've got with that 5-page manifesto that I'm going to go over here in a little while. So again, if the plat meets all the code requirements, it's a pretty easy process. Your role is, like a priest, just ordaining it. And then same with the city council. But if somebody, but it's not always like that. And in my experience, it's increasingly not becoming like that. Plats, 5 times out of 10 are going to involve some sort of waiver or variance. And then it becomes y'all's role to basically evaluate that on its merits and using your own intellect and discretion. So that's the aspect of platting that makes your responsibility huge, because y'all have the responsibility of the growth of the city. It's not like it was 200 years ago where James Oglethorpe comes up with a plan and then people just build it. No, we don't plan out our cities like that. It's up to developers to create the lots. And so when they don't want to follow the rules, y'all have the responsibility of making a recommendation to city council. So it's kind of a weird role you have. Sometimes your hands are tied. Sometimes you have a big weight on your shoulder. And so, like I said, there's a benefit, that if it does meet the requirements, your job's easy. But if it doesn't, then it's tough. But that's what staff's there, and we're here to guide you on. Next slide. I think I'm almost done here. So yeah, how does it work when you are approving plats? Well, if the plat meets all the requirements, you just need to approve the thing. You can't, and what do we look at as staff, and what do we advise y'all on in our staff report, what do we look at? Well, we look to see, does the plat comply with the zoning code? Y'all don't have any minimum lot requirements in your zoning code. Most cities do. So you look at the zoning code to make sure that, lot requirements are right. Easements are being dedicated, minimum depth, all that kind of stuff. Make sure it's consistent with the zoning district. Like I said, staff will typically, if it's big things, like say, this, we just can't come to agreement with a developer on drainage or something, then you just recommend denial of it and you have good grounds to. If it's minor stuff, staff will typically recommend approval with minor conditions, because nobody wins when you have to do platting twice. And so you can approve plats, you can deny them, and you can approve them with conditions. Those are 3 things you can do. Depending on some situation, back in the old days when I first started as a planner, sometimes plats will be tabled. That doesn't happen anymore because you got 30 days. You can't do that. You can't filibuster a plat. P&Z does consider requests for variances to the subdivision code. Y'all make a recommendation to the city council on that. So that, like I said, that's when it gets complicated, when a developer wants to, say this plat that we're talking here, they have to put in curb and gutter because of the right of way of their streets. Say they didn't want to put in curb and gutter. That would require a variance, and y'all would have to deliberate on that. So that's when the job of a planning and zoning commissioner gets tough. Like I said, y'all make recommendation to the city council on everything when it comes to plats, and council makes the final determination. Next slide. So what happens after P&Z or staff approves a plat? Like I said, staff approves amending plats. That's it. But after P&Z approves the plat, well, if surety is not provided to the city, then the developer needs to start construction. So the city just holds that approved plat for 2 years, and the developer's got 2 years to pull a permit. You have to get a separate permit to put the streets in and put the sewer and water and all that in, and the city has to inspect that. Or if the city wants if the developer wants the plat recorded immediately and they want to start selling off lots, then they have to provide the city with that fiscal surety. And if the surety is provided, then developer can get all the signatures, and staff can take the plat down to the Hays County Courthouse and have it recorded, and you've officially gone through the platting process. Next slide. Yes. So surety is it's basically, it's like a letter of credit. It comes from a bank. It's not a big briefcase full of money, but a developer. So the way the surety works, with this development that we're talking about tonight, their engineers had to provide us cost estimates that are linked to the improvements in the construction plans. And so we look at those and say, well, we agree with you or we don't. And so there's a big round number in the construction estimates. And so it's a guarantee. The surety is a guarantee, and that number has to be linked to the cost estimate plans. And if it's $8 million and the city checked for $8 million, that way, if the developer does run to Tahiti, the city can call the surety and use that money to hire their own contractor to construct the improvement. So it's basically a check in a drawer, figuratively speaking. So it's assurance that the city didn't go just approve a plat and put new citizens in harm's way, and they can construct those improvements for those new citizens that may buy those lots. The developer, please. Does that make sense? Yes, ma'am. Next slide. Oh, there you go. Thanks, guys. Sorry, you can see I've used this presentation when I've been there in person. So, yeah, happy to answer any questions. You can tell I like this stuff. just heard myself. And Suzanne, the staff memo that I printed out, feel free to throw that up on the screen too. That way, I can read that. It's just a Word document. I know it's printed out for the commissioners, but for anybody that's on the line, they may want to be able to reference that, and I can read directly off of it too. Because I'm just planning on, for my presentation, I'm literally just going to take that staff memo and go line by line, because we all know this plat's got a complicated history on it, and everything in it is, I just need to kind of start from Genesis and work my way to get to the recommendation. Yeah, I should have thought about that before. Yeah, if you could convert it to a PDF and just throw it up there, that'd be sure. And so I can hang up, right? Cool. I'm going to take a quick little break, and I will be right back. I'm back. Yes, sir. Oh.
Oh, change the.
Can you hear me?
Everybody's having fun. They're at home. They get up and go stuff. But how do you share the work you're Let's see if they can hear us. Let me see if you can hear us first.
Hey, Brandon? Okay, Deborah said you can. Deborah, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Brandon, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can y'all hear me?
Okay, so we've got that working now. So nobody said anything. All right. Okay, now we're gonna see if we can get the.
I'm sure it comes to you. So what are we trying to accomplish? I think what works on that. Right.
They're going to be reviewed, Brandon said, go over it.
Everybody has a copy of it. But then we go along. Go that way rather than try to do it on the screen. But that's what's making things up.
Hey, Brandon
Yes, sir.
and folks at home. Brandon wants to go over a document that he shared with us. We all have copies of it here. Folks at home, if you'll send something, I mean, we can email it to you so you can follow it along. We saw that Deborah and Perry were both online, so if you would like a copy, send Suzanne an email real quickly and we'll send you a copy of that document. But otherwise, Brandon, we're not gonna try to show it on the screen because everybody's got it in front of them, and it's a
Okay.
and it's a single-spaced Word document.
Sounds great. Okay, perfect. All right.
Brandon, are you getting ready to start presenting something, or is now a good time for some questions?
It's up to you guys. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. This is Commissioner Davenport. I've got a few just general questions. I'd like us to all make sure we are on the same page and understanding what we're doing here. So, let's see. First of all, I guess I'm a little confused. In some of your earlier slides, you said, well, and it sounded like, my understanding was what you said, depending on the city, in some cities, P&Z is an approval authority, as is city council, but here in Wood Creek, P&Z is not an approval authority, they're a recommendation commission.
Correct.
And then towards the end of your slides, you know, it was all about P&Z has an obligation to approve, and P&Z needs to approve. So let's just clean that up for a second. Are we actually, is our task to approve something, or is our task to recommend approval to the city council?
My apologies. So if you are a city where P&Z has the sole plating authority, then it is y'all's job to approve something if it meets all the requirements. But in this case, in the case of Wood Creek, yeah, it's always incumbent upon the Planning and Zoning Commission to make a recommendation to City Council.
Okay, so our task is to review this proposal and then make a recommendation to City Council.
Correct. You would make a recommendation to City Council as to, you recommend to City Council to approve the plat, deny the plat, or recommend approval with conditions.
Perfect. And then on the agenda, the specific wording says to discuss and take appropriate action on a replat request. And you were educating us on the different kinds of plats: initial request, replat request, final request. But then we've got a document here that says final replat. And then some of the was this replat request is a final plat request. So can you clean that up for us also? What is this?
So the plat that you have before you is a replat, but a replat by nature is also a final plat. It's final. And so it's a, I don't know if it makes sense to say it's a final replat. So what's on the heading or what's on the agenda item is a replat, which is an accurate statement. It just doesn't also have the word final on it, which is the nomenclature that I was using. But neither one of them are wrong. One just has an extra word in it. But
so in October 21, a preliminary plat was recommended to be approved by planning and zoning at that time, and it went to city council. Presumably they approved the preliminary plat, which allowed the developers to move forward. And then maybe there are a few hiccups that we're going to talk about. And now we're coming back with a replat, which is kind of a revision of the preliminary plat. No.
Okay, so the property many years ago was platted. There is now an effort to replat what was platted many years ago. Okay. State law makes no distinction between a preliminary plat and a final. There is nothing under the state law that does that. It is purely a function of what local governmental entities do. At the prior meeting you're talking about, Andy, that was the preliminary plat approval of the replat. This is now the final plat approval of the replat. All of those things are replats of what was done way back.
Okay, that's all the questions I have.
I'm sorry, you kind of spoke.
We're just gonna go down the line and then we can hit back to you, Joe.
Fine.
Were we about to discuss this 5-page final replat document? There's my own questions out there, so I can maybe hold that until. Okay. I'll hold it for now.
So I have just some questions on, the emails that we have and then the actual plat. And I think, somebody brought this up just earlier, but so Aqua Water, requires, 12,000 square feet, but some of these are smaller lots. And in these email, it talks about E1 pumps. Is that how they're making this happen? Because I haven't seen any approval on E1 or any more discussed. And then also, some of the links I just couldn't open. So,
So I would say those are questions related to the next agenda item, which we're not there yet, right?
okay, right.
Yeah, so I would say those are great questions. So I'd save those because those are specific to this plat. So yeah, or to the plat. So I'd save those for the item, and then anything kind of more general, ask me about now, unless you guys are.
Joe, did you have something?
This is Joe Katarba, and I'm on city council and I'm liaison to planning and zoning. And what's clear, I think very clear, is the fact that planning and zoning's work is based exclusively on their reading and interpretation and application of ordinances. What happens if during deliberations, if the Planning and Zoning Commission has other concerns, other questions, things that may not directly or obviously relate to ordinance? Are they allowed to communicate that kind of those issues or that information or not?
Yeah, I mean, you guys are absolutely allowed to ask whatever questions you think are relevant, as long as it's on topic with the agenda item and it pertains to the plat, and the city attorney doesn't say you're off topic. But yeah, you're absolutely allowed to ask whatever questions. So if you have a question about construction plans, or anything, yeah, ask that question. And I would say that whatever the answer is typically needs to be consistent with what's in your memo. So if you ask the question, does the developer, are they providing all the roads necessary to mitigate the impact? I would hope the memo discussed that a little bit. It just depends on what the nature of the question is, but generally, the memo should address all of that stuff. But I don't know. It's hard. It depends on what your question is, I guess.
You want to hear the memo and then ask? Sure. You want to hear the memo and then see if there's questions unanswered?
No.
Okay, Joe, I think what you were getting at is you can express whatever thoughts, feelings, opinions that you have on what is presented. But what I think Brandon has done a good job of making very clear is that your decision making must be driven by two things: the code of ordinances and state law. So on one hand, you can express whatever you want, but after expressing that, decisions must be based on the ordinances and state law. Thank you. Yes.
Let me just ask a clarifying point. Since we're not approving anything, since we're making a recommendation, let's just go crazy for a second. Can planning and zoning recommend to either approve or not approve based on anything?
It would not be prudent because, again, the law still dictates that, again, as Brandon has said very well, recommendations and approvals are ordinance and statute driven. Ordinances being Wood Creek's Code of Ordinances, statute being Texas. When those two come together, the recommendation of this body and the approval or denial of city council is rooted in the plat that has been filed, meeting the requirements of the Code of Ordinances and also being consistent with state law in accordance with the recommendation that is provided from the engineer.
Brandon, can we move on with Are you going to discuss the final replat document?
Yes, sir. I'm ready to
Great.
move on to if you are.
Let's do it.
Some are.
And can you send that to Devin?
And if Susan, if you want to read the agenda item, or somebody wants to read the agenda item.
Did you want?
Is this document tied to agenda item number 2? Is that?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
The 5-page document that's the staff report or a staff memo for.
In that case, is there anything else on the presentation and discussion from Brandon before we close out number 1? Okay, very good. In that case, we will move to agenda item number 2. Discuss and take appropriate action on a replat request from Mr. Rick Town for Wood Creek Section 6, Lot PT12 Brook Meadow subdivision, establishing the Oak Single Family Subdivision, generally located on Brook Meadow Drive, approximately 700 feet west of Ranch Road 12.
All right. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. So what I'm going to do is go through the staff report, and forgive me if I read it kind of verbatim, but I tried to lay out as well as possible, the whole history on this preliminary plat and the final plat. And then again, as the city attorney and I were talking about, our job is to make recommendations based on the technical parameters that we are given by state law and by your code. And it's up to y'all to take our advice, to take our recommendations or not. I mean, that's the nature of the y'all are, we recommend certain things, but and so that's what I've tried to do here in this document. So the applicant, I think I see 2 people in the audience that I'm not used to seeing, so I assume that they are representing the applicant this evening, correct? Nod your heads. There you go. So the applicant's here. I'm going to give my presentation. They have a right to speak as well, and there will be a portion in the discussion, I think, where there'll be some potential for questions. And so with that, the applicant is Modern Homestead LLC. Rick Town is the proprietor of that LLC. They own, the legal description of the lot as it exists right now is lot 12, section 6, Brook Meadows subdivision. It's a 5.03 acre lot. It's undeveloped. It's in the city limits. It's zoned SF1, which is single family 1, which allows for 1 single family home per lot. Their proposed land use is also single family residential. So this is the final plat for this subdivision. So, again, like we talked about earlier, when I say subdivision, I mean the overall process. There's a preliminary plat and a final plat, and in this case, a final replat that is part of this subdivision process. So this is the final plat for the Oaks single family subdivision. That's what they're calling it. It's located on Brook Meadow Drive. It's about 700 feet west of Ranch Road 12. The preliminary plat was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission, the City Council, in October of 2021. And as I discussed earlier, the final plat is the next step in their platting process. So the final plat proposes to replat this existing 5.03 acre undeveloped lot and establish 16 single family residential lots. It's also going to establish several common area lots that will be used for a new roadway segment they're calling Oak Grove Lane. The common area lots will also be used for landscaping and for drainage facilities, and I'll get into more detail on those. I believe in your packet you got a copy of that plat, so you can also kind of reference that as I'm talking. So give you a background, and the background in my staff report's actually almost as long as the analysis. So actually it's longer than the analysis, and that's important to note here. So like I said, the preliminary plat for the subdivision was approved by the city in October 2021. For a city, and as I mentioned, I'm kind of duplicating some of this stuff. Like I mentioned, for a city, the purpose of preliminary platting is to provide the city the opportunity to preliminary review what a developer is proposing to make sure it's in compliance. It also gives you a heads up on what things are being proposed. And it gives us the chance to review per the different chapters of the code, which the chapters we primarily look at as reviewers are chapter 50, which is water quality, chapter 154, which is site development, 155, which is subdivisions, and 156, which is zoning. Those are usually the chapters of the code that we implement and apply when we're reviewing plats. Like I mentioned, for a developer, preliminary plating provides them the opportunity to receive some preliminary feedback. Does the city like this plan? Does it meet their codes? Have our engineers done our job and made sure that everything meets the code? And it's a binding approval. When the city approves a preliminary plat, they are saying we approve this, and that approval is what in the development world what they call is an entitlement. It's an entitlement they get to proceed, and they've got 2 years. Once they get that preliminary plat approved, the developer has 2 years to get a final plat approved. And so, yeah, it's assurance to them. It's, they spend a lot of money on development, so it's kind of assurance to them to go start expending money on engineering, and possibly a lot of times developers, they get an option on property so they don't even buy it. Sometimes they don't even buy it until they get preliminary plat approval or final plat approval. So following preliminary plat approval, a developer proceeds with engineering and design and construction plans for the public improvements. I'm kind of rehashing this again just because it's fresh in everybody's head. Sorry for being redundant, but hopefully it kind of helps. And so you guys can kind of see how the presentation I just gave applies specifically to this plat. So yeah, after preliminary, they proceed with the construction plans. And the plans are usually submitted for review prior to or concurrent with the final plat, which is what they did. In the case of this subdivision, K. Freese and Associates, for the preliminary plat, we performed this review with the preliminary plat. At that time, KFA issued determination. This is over a year ago. KFA issued determination that the preliminary plat was in conformance with all city codes and ordinances. There was one issue with KFA's determination, however. The preliminary plat at that point in time proposed a dead-end street with a hammerhead turnaround. In section 155.41 F1 of the city's code of ordinance does not permit dead-end streets, however, unless they are intended for future extension. In this case, the road was not intended for extension. The adjacent lot's a 2-acre single-family home, so that road never could be extended. So this was an oversight by the engineer that was reviewing it at that time. And so of additional note, and this is where I provide a lot of background on the 12,000 square foot that the commissioner, ma'am, what was your last name? I'm sorry.
Robertson?
But what that Commissioner Robertson brought up, which is a key issue I imagine we're going to be talking about tonight. So the 16 single family lots that the preliminary plat and that this final plat is reflecting and maintaining and proposing to establish, they range in size from about 8,000 square feet to 12,000. You look at that plat there, I think there's a 0.196 on there. A lot of them are 0.205 all the way up to like 0.78. So yeah, they range from about 8,000 square feet to a little over 12,000 square feet. Section 155.43 B3 of the city's code states minimum lot size for subdivisions such as this that are going to be served by public water and public sewer. This subdivision is going to get water and sewer from Aqua. So in this case, lot size is limited to 12,000 square feet. You read the code today, that's flat out what it says. It says no more than 12,000 square feet for any lot that's served by public water and sewer. So you can't develop in the city of Wood Creek today. If I were to come in with a plat wanting to develop, I couldn't develop anything less than 12,000 square feet. And if I didn't have public water or sewer, then that size goes up. Again, getting back to the impact. Little 8,000 square foot lots with water and septic. You can't be where you get your water. So yeah, but this one has water and sewer, public water and sewer. So yeah, the code reads right now 12,000 square feet. However, at the time they submitted their plat, there was another provision in the code that doesn't exist today that the city amended. So that provision was section 155.44A. And that's on page 2, states the minimum lot area, dimensions, building setbacks, and side yard requirements for other than single family residential use and for a lot smaller than 12,000 square feet, that includes residential lots. It says will be considered on an individual basis based, and I underline this, based on the ability of the existing and proposed street system to handle the traffic generated, availability of water and sewer service, capability of providing adequate fire protection, and provision of off-street parking facilities. So there was a provision in this subdivision ordinance that did allow for Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council to take subdivisions proposing lots less than 12,000 square feet on a case-by-case basis. And the part that's underlined there is generally the criteria that the code provides the Planning and Zoning Commission and staff in referencing. But again, that provision that doesn't exist in the code, that creates a somewhat more discretionary process when it comes to approving plats with lots smaller than 12,000 square feet. It's based on, again, it's still based on the impact, but it says considered on an individual basis. So that above regulation, that regulation 155.44A was repealed by the city in February of 2022. At the time, however, of this plat, it was in effect, and this is the legal basis. This was the authority that the Planning and Zoning Commission, the City Council had in order to approve the preliminary plat. So if this provision weren't in there, the Planning and Zoning Commission, the City Council could not have approved that plat. And so just as y'all have the legal responsibility to approve a plat if it meets the requirements, you also have a responsibility to not approve things that don't meet the law. This is the law of your city. And so again, this gave the Council, Planning and Zoning Commission the authority to approve the plat at that time at their discretion. And so this was the authority by which the preliminary plat was approved. It should be, I put a note, it should be critically noted that in reviewing the city's previous approval of the preliminary plat, state laws involving local approval of subdivision plats are different. So let's get back to the training session. And the city attorney kind of, expounded on this as well. And I talked about it in my presentation. Approving plats, that process is different than zoning. I mentioned it in the presentation. It's to some extent, if it meets all the requirements, y'all's role and the council's role is ministerial. And so that's different than zoning. With zoning, zone changes is more subjective in nature. It involves issues such as compliance with comprehensive plans, documents, compatibility with adjacent properties. That's a big part of zone changes, compatibility with adjacent properties. Platting, however, is objective and technical. As I know we're just kind of being redundant here, but so Planning and Zoning Commission, you can't, with a plat, you look at impact, but with platting, part of that process is not looking at does it match? Is it consistent with adjacent properties? That's what the zoning of the property is for. And that's what we look at when we review plats to see, are the lots that are being created, do they comply with the zoning? And so, as we've mentioned before, if a proposed plat meets all state laws and local city ordinances, the Planning and Zoning Commission, the City Council has a statutory requirement to approve the plat. So at the time of reviewing the preliminary plat, KFA representatives interpreted the plat to meet all city codes. That was their interpretation. They interpreted the preliminary plat, which was proposing lots under 12,000 square feet. They interpret it to meet the requirements of section 155.44A based on that underlying criteria. What KFA representatives, the engineer at the time, didn't do was elaborate on the fact that this is a discretionary process. Their recommendation was more technical, saying, okay, per this section 155.44A, it meets the criteria based on the ability of the existing and proposed street system. They reviewed the construction plans, and based on the construction and the discussion there, they felt like, and based on Aqua's ability to provide water and sewer, they felt like it met the technical requirements for preliminary plat. But like I said, the KFA engineering representative didn't at the time, emphasize that this process is different, slightly different than typical planning processes. That's not a code, that's not a requirement that you see in a lot of codes where it turns plating into a more discretionary process. And my guess would be that's why the city removed that, because that's not a typical thing. So KFA representative had an engineering basis for saying everything applied, but just didn't point out the discretionary nature to the Planning and Zoning Commission and the council at that time. So based on that, the representative recommended to the Planning and Zoning Commission and then subsequently to the City Council that the preliminary plat met all of the requirements of the subdivision code. And so that was the basis that it was approved by. And so although section 155.44A was repealed by the Planning and Zoning Commission, considered that, recommended on it, and City Council recommended on it, although 155.44A was repealed, that doesn't mean that provision is no longer applies to this plat, because as I mentioned before, the city has Chapter 245 to contend with, and so Chapter 245 in state law considers that preliminary plat to be the permit or one of the permits for this overall development. And so that was the date that preliminary plat was submitted was the date that the developer said to the city, here's my intent to develop the property for this use. And the city accepted that preliminary plat. It was approved. And so that permit, in essence, was approved. And that vested the developer into this section 155.44A that is no longer in the code. But that's the code that was there at the time they received that approval. So they are still legally able to utilize that provision in order to potentially receive approval of this plat. So I promised you guys in the training that I'd dig in a little deeper on Chapter 245. City Attorney, Mr. Wymore, if you can chime in and set me straight if I get off course here on anything, please. Vesting rights.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. And so, like I said, although section 155.44 was repealed and may not be utilized by plat submitted after the date of appeal, this subject plat is what I've mentioned we call vested. Vesting, really what that means is the property owner is locked into, or the common term is grandfathering into the city ordinance is effective at the time the preliminary plat was submitted to the city. So vesting rights, that's the big term, are established by Chapter 245 of the Local Government Code. They're intended to protect property owners from the state legislator created it with the intent to protect property owners. Believe it or not, there are municipalities out there that, they get a development in, they don't like it, and they go change the code and say, nope, you can't do it. We changed the code. So I think we can all agree that's not fair. But at the same time, cities do need to be able to react developments. A lot of times they may not be aware of certain development trends and they see things and they do choose to prudently remove codes, which is what the city did in this case. They realized they had something that didn't meet the policy of the city, and so they removed that. So that being said, the developer, that preliminary plat and this final plat is still vested in being able to utilize section 155.44A. So in the case of vesting, like I said, the state treats a plat as a permit. And so following approval of any permit, in this case, the preliminary plat, the developer has 2 years to complete that project or the vesting rights expire. So in this case, that plat was approved back in October 2013. That was 13 and a half months ago. So they're well within that 2-year period. And so that's why we're here today. If they had passed that 2-year period, we might be considering a preliminary plat right now and not a final one. And so that's their statutory regulatory basis for coming back to you guys with a plat with lots less than 12,000 square feet, even though that's not what the code says right now is allowed. Furthermore, provided the developer submits necessary permits, like construction, gets a permit to construct the public improvements. There's a lot of permits. So as long as permits continue to be pulled, say hypothetically the city approved this this final plat. Now that extends that 2 years out again. So they've got 2 years to complete the construction associated with this final plat, which will culminate in the plat being recorded. So they've got 2 years for that. So when they come in, the next step for any developer after final plat's approved, they come in and request a permit for the construction plans. Okay, 2 years gets kicked out from that again. The idea is that 2 years provided substantial progress. You have 2 years based on the continuance of permits, provided substantial progress is being made on the project. So, okay, that was the background. All right, now let's get to the analysis. That was the background of the preliminary plat. Now let's get to the analysis of the final plat. So again, this final plat's proposing the same thing that the same number of lots that the preliminary was. They're proposing 16 single-family residential lots that range in size from 8,000 square feet to 12,000 square feet, or put another way, 0.2 to 0.3 acres. Like I said, the plat's proposing 4 common area lots. You look at that plat. The labels aren't. That's some of the conditions here that they fix these labels. They've got a landscaping lot up at the front. The property labeled, it doesn't have a lot number on it. They've got Oak Grove Lane, that's a common area lot. They've got lot 13, which is where the detention structure is going to be for all the water that runs downhill so they don't flood out the neighbor. And so with respect to lot size, and given that section 155.44, that regulatorily they are vested into that section, we, as the city's reviewer, our job is it's a technical role. Our job is to look at section 155.44A, because that is the applicable regulation when you're proposing lots less than 12,000 square feet. And look at and see, have they demonstrated that the ability of the existing and proposed street system, there is no existing street system except for Brook Meadow Drive, as the existing and proposed street system, will it handle the traffic generated? Will that new street and Brook Meadow Drive handle the 16 new families that'll be moving in there? Is there availability of water or wastewater service, and capability to provide adequate fire protection? You get a cul-de-sac for a fire truck to turn around. You get 20-foot wide curb-to-curb streets, which is the minimum for the fire lane. And there are no off-street parking facilities here. And so, as reviewers, again, our job is to look at the laws that apply. And in this case, doing a technical engineering review, we've determined that it does comply with the criteria there for establishing lots smaller than 12,000 square feet. So therefore, considering the vesting in that 155.44, we found that the lot sizes are appropriate based on the impact. Of additional note, the developer is not proposing to add any additional lots. They both maintain the same amount of lots, and that's a biggie. When you're going from preliminary to final, are they increasing the density? The applicant provided engineered construction plans for the preliminary plat, or following the preliminary plat. That's a big thing that we look at as well. KFA has done a full review again of these construction plans. They provided those after preliminary plat and before the final plat, which is typical, as I mentioned. We did 3 separate reviews. So we had 3 different times they had issues, and we went back to them and said, nope, you need to address this. No, you need to address this. No, you need to address that. And so on that final review, we determined that the plans substantially comply with all applicable construction requirements. And I say substantially because there are a few things that don't comply that we determined to be minor things that can be corrected. With respect to street design and access, so I'm just going to kind of go through the main infrastructure elements. I hit on the lot size issue. Now I'm going to hit on the construction side of things. So with respect to street and access, the developer is proposing Oak Grove Lane. That's a private street. You can see it's its own lot there. And so that's a 50-foot private right-of-way. So 50 feet from one property line on one side of the street to the other. They're proposing curb and gutter. The code requires that. The code says if you can have a 50-foot right of way provided you provide curb and gutter. The idea is that, in a more spread out, more rural type of lots, you don't need curb and gutter because you can have bar ditches and there's not as much impervious coverage. But when you have more impervious coverage, when you start getting into more dense situations, like the typical KB subdivisions is not a typical KB subdivision, but when you get into like real dense subdivisions, you have more impervious coverage. There's more runoff. You need curb and gutter to convey that water. You can't just, convey it and sheet flow it or something. So they've got curb and gutter, 20 feet of curb to curb width. They're providing 4-foot sidewalks on the south side of the street. I've gone through the code. I can't find anything in the code that says they have to have sidewalks on both sides of the street. One side of the street is primarily, a good portion of Oak Grove Lane doesn't have lots on both sides of the street. So I think that's their basis for that. The city defers to Hays County requirements, which also kind of indirectly defer to some Austin requirements, but I can't find anything regulatorily to tell them they need to put sidewalks on both sides of the street. I wish I could because I love sidewalks. But I couldn't. Our engineers looked at it. We couldn't come up with a regulatory basis to require that. Let's see. The other big thing, or one of the big things when it comes to the road, I mentioned with the preliminary plat approval, that preliminary plat, and I think that was included in your packet, it had a hammerhead. Well, the KFA engineer at the time overlooked that you can't have that. And so that information was conveyed to the developer after the approval. I mean, it's incumbent upon everybody designing to be aware of the laws, and ignorance is not a defense of the law, but that's KFA's role is to review those things. So we take responsibility for that. However, the developer did fix that in the final plat. And they put a cul-de-sac in there. So now it's complying. So that was something initially when we looked at that, and we said, okay, well, this is different than the preliminary plat. The preliminary plat had a hammerhead on it. It had the detention pond in a different place. The configuration has changed slightly. And so is that grounds to not approve the plat? Because some cities have subdivision codes that literally say, and I've worked for them, that say that the preliminary plat, or that the final plat must comply with the preliminary plat in all respects. I've literally worked for cities that require that, and things have been denied for those reasons. I can't find anything in the code, and I've coordinated with the city attorney on this. We can't find anything that literally says state-wise or in our code locally that says everything needs to match perfectly down to the line. We can't find that. So from a technical standpoint, even if my prerogative was to kill this thing, I can't point to that and say no, it doesn't match. And then furthermore say, well, it doesn't match because of an error that the engineers made in looking at that. When at the end of the day, as a technical reviewer, our job is to look at technical requirements, and when the technical requirements aren't there, we need to look at the intent. And the intent is to provide for public safety, adequate provision of facilities. So looking at this. If we had caught it, if the engineer that reviewed it at the time, and I always say that because it wasn't me, but I'm not going to say, if the engineer that had reviewed it at the time had a notice, hey, you need a cul-de-sac, they probably would have put a cul-de-sac on there. I can't imagine why they wouldn't have put a cul-de-sac on. And then we wouldn't even be having this conversation. But we are, because the preliminary plat is different in that respect. But in our interpretation, our job is to look at it from a technical perspective. There's nothing in the code that says you can deny a plat because there's a cul-de-sac instead of a hammerhead, and definitely nothing that says you can deny something in a case like this where they've actually they're further meeting the city's requirements. So in this case, they're even more so providing for the adequate provision of public health and safety and welfare by providing the cul-de-sac. So that's our technical standpoint on that. All right. So also with further regard, sorry, I'm gonna take a little sip of water here. So lastly, and further with regard to street design, there's one remaining comment with regard to street design. So we don't have any issues with the cul-de-sac, but we do have a remaining issue that the developers did not satisfy in the final plat. And that is the access to 5 Brook Meadow Drive. There is, if you look at the plat, you can see north of this subject property, there's 5 Brook Meadow Drive. I think it's lot 13, Brook Meadow Estates. And then next to that, to the west of that, is 3 Brook Meadow Drive. So right now, 3 Brook Meadow Drive has its own really nice concrete driveway, leads up to their house. And then right next to it, to the left of it, 5 Brook Meadow Drive has a concrete driveway apron, and it looks like they've got crushed granite going back to their property. Well, the developers in their construction plans, they've got a new road that they're a new driveway that they're constructing, and they've kind of made it complicated through their design. They're basically they pushed the access to 5 Brook Meadow Drive over onto the driveway that's specifically designed for 3 Brook Meadow Drive. And I'd say that's a problem because when you design a driveway, a concrete driveway is typically designed to be like slightly driven on and parked on. It's not meant to like have through traffic going over it. So that's something that needs to be corrected in their construction plans. It's our recommendation that a driveway apron be added to the entry portion. I'm not sure if y'all have construction plans in your packet, but in the construction plans, they've got a driveway, and we're recommending that they create at a general level, I can say our recommendation is to ensure that fair and appropriate and reasonable access is being provided to 5 Brook Meadow Drive. So I can, if y'all want to look more closely at that, I can email a document. I think Suzanne actually has those construction plan documents that they submitted. She could potentially bring it up on the screen if y'all want to look more closely at that. If you want to take my technical word for it, that the requirement is based off our engineers looking at it, saying, hey, you'll need to provide dedicated access to 5 Brook Meadow. It's kind of up to y'all. So that's a requirement. We don't think they've taken that property into their level of consideration. And okay, so moving on from streets, with respect to drainage, KFA's reviewed the drainage. This was a little bit easier, I guess. The plat doesn't have any remaining concerns there. They're providing a detention basin. Our engineers looked at it. Lot 13 is dedicated solely to on-site detention. They're going to have to construct that at the time of development. And they've shown through hydrology and hydrological modeling that the stormwater, peak stormwater flows will be mitigated entirely on their property. So they won't, all the runoff they're creating will be dealt with on site. Also, I want to hit on something else because and this was before my time with KFA, but I know just looking back through notes and emails and having subsequent discussions with staff and the developers too, a large part of the discussion for preliminary platting had to do with impervious coverage. Chapter 50, section 50.37 of the city's code of ordinances limits impervious coverage for any new development within the city or within the ETJ to 30% impervious coverage. There's a lot of discussion on that. I think from what I've heard, there was the city's or the engineering representative from K-Freeze had to look at that a little more closely. I wasn't quite sure, but my reading of it, it clearly says impervious coverage is total and includes everything that's built on that property, including roads. I think there was questions about whether or not roads that are created by a developer count towards that 30%. The road absolutely counts. And so we had a lot, that was a big part of the back and forth with the developers, was getting their numbers that they're proposing, that they will be bound to on this plat. When developers create numbers, it's not just number and report. The city has mechanisms to monitor the impervious coverage for this whole entire development moving forward. And so, they spent.
Can I ask a question? This is Maureen.
Hey,
So
Maureen.
are you saying the whole development is limited to 30% for each lot?
So,
The whole development is limited to 30%.
So it's not
Each
per
lot's
lot?
Each lot is actually limited to less.
Okay, so,
That in a minute.
so no lot can go more than 30%.
So
Okay, so
when,
then just state.
you go ahead.
So every lot has to be less than 30%.
No, ma'am. Well, that's the way the numbers come out. So yes, every lot will have to be less than 30% because the road is taking up a large. And so that's where drainage analyses are so important. And, you know, when a plat's approved, these analyses just don't get thrown in the trash. They stay with that plat in perpetuity, and the city keeps those analyses. And so when developers, you know, when they come in to get permits for construction plans, we check that. And so, and when they provide a drainage analysis, they have to prescribe impervious coverage numbers, and their detention pond has to be sized for that. And so in this case,
Brandon, hold on a second.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So my question is really, so you're saying the whole development is one impervious cover calculation and has to be under 30%?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then
Okay,
the,
so
and then
how
the
are-
follow-up question to that.
How are we gonna track that? And also, I mean, you have a statement in here about such, at full build out, such as patios and swimming pools. But,
Yes.
I mean, so is the first person who requests a swimming pool gonna get it and your neighbor can't get it?
Brandon, let's
Yes, sir.
clarify this for me, Brandon, because I had the same question as Maureen going through my head. So, you know, when this first came to pass, you know, we felt that the impervious cover calculations were a little bit off. So I went back and recalculated and made some changes. And in KFA's estimation, the entire 5-acre plan, taking in its entirety, meets at 30% impervious cover or less. But then they start building houses. So now we go to lot number 13 or whatever and say, okay, well, here's the design for that house. That lot in itself has to also meet a 30% impervious cover calculation, correct?
Correct. And so that's actually, so through the review, through the drainage analysis they provided, we had them break down all aspects of impervious coverage on this development track. We had them break down what percentage of, they needed to come up with the big total, which was less than 30%, right? And we made them break that 30% down into how much of that is the street, how much of that is sidewalks, how much of that is the footprint of the house, how much of that is driveway pads, and how much of that is future growth. You know, how much room are you building in there for future expansion? And so through those numbers, our drainage engineer felt like they had shown us through potential building footprints that they would not exceed 30%. I will tell you though, it's not common, but something that y'all could do, and I'm going to defer to the city attorney on this. Mr. Wymore, could the city require impervious coverage limits? Could they require a note on the plat that states impervious coverage limits per lot? And that could be consistent with the drainage analysis, and that could potentially be a condition for approval.
If it is consistent with what has been submitted and what has been analyzed by K-Freeze, then yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
so that's my
so that-
question. Okay. The
So that
thing
would
is,
be-
you know, we're looking at a overall plan. You know, what there is, a house design is a rectangle on a lot. When
they decide to build on that lot, they have to come in for permits for that building, one by one, on each individual lot that is gonna have a house on it. They have to come to the city and get permitted, and part of that permitting process would be to look at impervious cover in that 12,000 square feet or 8,000 square feet compared to this, to everything else, the house and everything else that's gonna go on it. And that's gonna just be within 30%, in that 12,000 square feet.
So I'll tell you, there's different ways to regulate impervious coverage. In my experience, most cities I've worked for, they don't regulate. Well, sometimes they'll regulate impervious coverage through water quality, but state law, typically cities, you can only limit regulate impervious coverage for areas that are located within recharge zones. State law is really hazy on whether you can regulate impervious coverage in contributing zones. So that's the ETJ. But in the city limits, for properties that are in city limits like this one, impervious coverage is usually regulated through zoning. So you don't. The task does not fall on the platting process to limit impervious coverage on a lot in perpetuity. You have the zoning code to do that. In this case, y'all don't have that. Y'all don't have minimum lot area sizes in your zoning districts, and you don't have minimum impervious coverage in your zoning districts. If you had, that'd be a piece of cake. Every single site plan that came in, you could say, okay, say SF1 had no more than 30% impervious coverage. You don't need a note on the plat. You can just look at it, and they need to provide you impervious coverage requirements when they come to put in a swimming pool, and it's over 30%, they can't do it. You don't have that. So now we're presented with how do we implement this 30% requirement in perpetuity? Well, any plat, I process a lot of stuff like Hutto and things like that. Developers always need to declare how much impervious coverage they're gonna have. They always have to account for growth over time, and that's what the intention is based on. And then you have the zoning that checks impervious coverage for the next 60, 70 years or 100 years till, whatever. And so I totally understand what the goal is to accomplish. I'm just saying, I think the only way we've looked at the numbers they provided, and our engineers agree with the numbers, but to y'all's point, you're looking for a mechanism that can provide the same meat and credence over time as a zoning regulation for impervious coverage. So my recommendation for that is, since you don't have it in zoning, is to put a note on the plat, as Mr. Wymore said you can do, put a note on the plat that gives a max impervious coverage for each lot that's directly tied to what they said in the drainage analysis. That would be my recommendation for a condition for approval. And then you've got it. You've got that impervious coverage limitation. So whenever they come in to apply for a building permit, or down 5 years from now when they come in to put a swimming pool, you've got a regulation that's specifically tied to a lot, which is that's what you're asking, that's what you're needing, and I think that's what y'all do need. You need something to point to down the road.
Can you
for
repeat
permit.
that recommendation?
That's my recommendation. I will go through my recommendations here in a little while, but I would say I'll say that preliminarily. Let me see if I can get this in my head. That a plat note be added, but that a note be added to the plat specifying maximum impervious coverage per lot that is directly correlated to the impervious coverage prescribed within the approved drainage analysis.
I was pretty certain that our zoning ordinances do deal with impervious cover.
I don't. You've got the provision in chapter 50. It's actually the exact code is section 50.37. and I can go to that. In just a minute.
You see that discover section.
Hey, Brandon, this is Tamara Robertson, and I have a
ma'am.
question as far as the aquifer. What were you saying about that earlier?
So,
About
you know,
and
as
the
it's,
recharge?
absolutely. So as a city planner that, you know, has spent some time writing subdivision codes for different cities I've worked at, anytime you put something in a code, I'll always, anything you require has to be rooted in a state law. And in my experience, you know, regulating impervious coverage for properties in the city limits is a piece of cake. You know, you can do that. But in the ETJ, you can't regulate impervious coverage the way you can in the city, because in the ETJ, state law says you can't regulate density. And impervious coverage, limiting impervious coverage is certainly one way to regulate density. You know, if you say you can't have more than 10% impervious coverage on a lot, well, then you can only have an outhouse on a lot, really, or you have to make the lot really big to get that 10% down. If you want to have a 3,000 square foot house on a lot, but you can only have 10% impervious coverage, that lot needs to be really big, right? So you've kind of, in a backdoor way, you have regulated density without saying no more than 10 houses per acre, right? And so in the ETJ, in my experience, the only provisions relating directly to regulating impervious coverage in the ETJ come from the cities or the states. I think it's the water code, which and deals with Edwards Aquifer.
But Brandon, why are we talking about the ETJ? This property is not in the ETJ.
Right. So I was just explaining that she was asking me about the Edwards Aquifer. So I was saying in the ETJ, that's what cities usually, in the ETJ, cities will usually point to the Edwards Aquifer recharge zone as a basis for regulating impervious coverage, since they don't have zoning to do. So hope that makes sense.
Well, and I
Commissioner.
understand that now, Brandon. I guess the reason I question that is because on your application, it does say that it is in the recharge contributing zone.
Right. And so y'all don't have anything in your code that specifically ties to the Edwards Aquifer. So I would say that you're on solid ground for requiring or limiting impervious coverage to 30% because it's in the Edwards Aquifer zone. And so to that extent, they're complying with Chapter 50 of your code. And so, I mean, they're not asking for anything more. I'm not trying to defend them. They're not asking for anything more than 30%. So they're complying with, you know, the minimum 30%. And if y'all were to, you know, wanted to explore other impervious coverage requirements, you know, we'd have to coordinate with the city attorney about what the basis could be, like out in the ETJ. That's all. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think the burden's going to be on the city to have two running tabs. One is going to be a calculation of the total impervious cover on the full 5.03 acres, and then compare and contrast that with each individual lot. And I mean, ultimately, what I think the city's going to end up saying is, you're not going to see modern homestead cut off its nose to spite its face by sticking something huge on one lot and then effectively rendering other lots unbuildable. I mean, because the way they're gonna make money on this is by selling each lot and building a home on it. And if they were to max out the impervious cover on, say, 8, 9 lots, then what you're gonna find is potentially reaching the point where something becomes unbuildable, again, based on the impervious cover.
I'm looking at y'all's, actually, I just want to, Mayor, to your point, I'm looking at the city's code, and y'all do actually have impervious coverage requirements for the zoning. So I was wrong. Y'all do, and it's 30%. So again, I would say back to you know, the discussion, since the Chapter 50 requires no more than 30% for the entire plat, the entire development, and since your zoning only requires 30, I'd say if you're truly wanting to implement, I'd say there may be a discrepancy in the code, but I'd say for purposes of this plat, I think unless Mr. Wymore objects, I think that you're within means to have further impervious coverage requirements on each one of these lot, more so than the 30%, because I think these requirements in the zoning code just kind of contemplate individual developments. They don't, I don't know, there's some compatibility there between some compatibility issues with chapter 50. So I'd say if chapter 50, requires 30% for the whole entire thing, that naturally means that each individual lot is going to have to be less than 30. So in order to fully implement this drainage analysis in the impervious coverage numbers that they're prescribing, my recommendation would be to require a note on the plat that says, 25% or 27% or 28% or whatever it is that drainage analysis prescribes for each lot. You need to put that on the plat. That way you've got it there, since the minimum of 30% in the zoning code is the maximum that the zoning code allows in that zoning district is more than each one of these lots should get, since you have to subtract the road from it too. Is that making sense? Am I just mixing my words?
I don't think we could force Modern Homestead at this point to commit to specific numbers on individual lots, but I mean, there's a notation for one, the entire development, and two, the individual lots. Understanding that, look, I mean, we've got 5.03 acres and the roadway is going to count as impervious cover against that entire 5.03 acres. Then with the individual lots they build on, they cannot exceed that 30% impervious cover requirement. Good
So
business
I'll
sense
add
dictates that those lots are going to generally fall below that 30% impervious cover requirement, lest they use up all impervious cover.
Which they've been doing, not this developer, but
Correct.
developers in town have been building to 30%. And then the residents come in and say, oh, I'd like to have a deck. And we have to say, no, you can't have a deck.
Right.
I think that's cool. No, you can't have a
And the difference in those is those abut existing roadways. And so if there's an existing roadway that's abutted, then that 30% requirement applies to that individual lot. No exceptions. But the way that the ordinance is worded, when you factor in the building of a new roadway, that roadway counts against that impervious cover requirement. And I think that the notation simply needs to be the impervious cover requirements apply not only to the development as a whole, but each individual lot as well. Again, two running tabs, the city's going to calculate it, and I'm sure that Modern Homestead is going to be calculating their impervious cover as well, because they're not going to put 30% on 9 lots and then say, oh man, we're down to 15% impervious cover on the remaining lots.
It's not an average.
No.
It's not an average. You're not taking the 5.03 and dividing by 15 or 16. I mean, it's like each individual lot is going to have to meet the 30% max.
It shall be underneath that, but only up to the 30% that's allowed for the entire 5.03 acres. And I'm sure they'll have some that'll come in at 24, some that'll come in at 26. They get to pick insofar as they don't blow their total impervious cover requirement.
Right, that makes sense.
All right, you guys have any more questions about that?
I have a couple of comments and then some questions. And I assume you guys have some more questions also.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let me actually. I just have a little bit more. Maybe I should finish. I still had just a couple of things here. Let me. So, yeah, we reviewed the construction plans. Water, and also Aqua Texas reviewed the construction plans. They'll be the water and wastewater provider, and they reviewed. They approved it. And they issued their own separate approval. They also reviewed the water model itself. Electricity is going to be provided by Pedernales Electrical Cooperative, and they also issued a separate letter of certification. So, pending approval and decision by the commission, the city council, the next step is, in any plating process, is construction, public improvements, fiscal surety if they don't construct the improvements. And that's all required before the plat can be approved. So based on our technical review, KFA recommends approval of the proposed final replat, subject to several conditions, One is that the 0.045 acre lot, that landscape lot at the front, that needs to be labeled with a lot number. I think they intended to put lot 1 on there because everything else starts at lot 2, so that needs to be labeled lot 1. That they need to put acreage on for Oak Grove Lane, and then they need to label Oak Grove Lane as its own lot too. I think that makes sense to make that lot 20 because the other lots end at like lot 19. They're all lots, and every lot needs to have a lot number, unless it's right away. And so they need to label that lot 20 or change their numbering, and indicate the acreage there. They need to add a note that lots, specifically lots 1, 7, 13, and 20 are common area lots that'll be owned and maintained by a property owner or a homeowners association. That needs to be established. That needs to be provided to the city before recordation of the plat, even though that mechanism's there, so it doesn't fall on the city and you have residents that need help. And that the construction plans be revised to provide a curb cut and concrete driveway apron at the north side of the entry portion of Oak Grove Lane, to provide in such a manner that it can reasonably provide access to 5 Brook Meadow Drive. So you're not pushing the burden of access to Brook Meadow Drive over to Brook Meadow 3. They just need to revise the construction plans to deliberately create dedicated access to lot 5 through what they're constructing. And again, I think pursuant to what we were talking about, that a note be added to the plat limiting impervious coverage per lot, so the city has a mechanism for regulating impervious coverage in perpetuity, or an easy mechanism for looking at it, rather than having to dig the drainage analysis out of the file every time you get a plat. So just that a note be on the plat that's easy to reference regarding impervious coverage limitations for each lot. So with that, those are our recommendations or conditions for approval. Happy to take any questions.
Say the plat says, impervious cover not to exceed 30%, but with the total development, it can really not exceed 25%.
That's
Are we
again,
gonna
that's my
get-
recommendation, is that you put that on the plat. The zoning limits impervious coverage to 30. So you've got the 30% protection already there through zoning, but you've got this requirement in chapter 50 that says it has to apply to the entire development tract. So I would tell you, if I were your planning consultant coming in to redo these things, I'd say you have a discrepancy. On one hand, you say it can't be more than 30% for the whole entire thing, but then you have this other regulation that's saying, well, no more than 30. So you're kind of creating a contradiction that would give them the potential to bring the total up to 35 or 40% if you implement 30 on each lot, when you still need to add the road to it. So that's why my recommendation stays the same. We need to go into that drainage analysis, figure out how much they prescribed for building footprint, for driveway, for pool, for patio, for everything that they're intending to be built on an individual lot. And what is that number? That number will be less the street. So what is that number? Is it 26? Is it 27? Is it a function of the size of the lot? We can go in and do that and provide you all a tool on that plat that's easy to interpret with each building permit. Because every time somebody comes in for a building permit, one of your requirements with a building permit is that you provide the plat. And so you'd want to make it simple for everybody in this room and everybody that's the next generation that's reviewing these plats down the road, to be able to go back without having to do an open record request to go into a storage building to get all the files 20 years from now. So I recommend you put that on the plat.
Hey, Brandon.
If it's 26, yeah.
Do you
Yes,
also
sir.
remember? Do you also remember the little disputed strip of land behind the lot? I guess it would be like 9 or so. I mean, I can't. But anyway, the survey showed that this development was claiming a little strip of land that's actually in the survey belongs to one of the other residents. Did we get that cleared up?
I totally remember that discussion. To my knowledge, our engineers who look at those point of beginnings and all that looked at that. I can't give you a definitive answer on it right now, but I will look at that. That's always, again, that's something that, if depending on what y'all's action is tonight, that's, I'd say
Well,
that's
could
something. that's something we could make sure is put up as a condition of the final plat.
Yeah, so it could be a condition of approval that,
That's
that
checked.
dispute be cleared to all satisfaction.
Yes, sir.
Suzanne, can you jot this down as a plat note? Impervious cover for the entire 5.03 acres is limited to 30%. Any new plat note, any road built on the 5.03 acres shall count against the 30% impervious cover.
Any road built upon the 5.03 acres shall count against the 30% impervious cover.
Yes. But why do you have to clarify that? Because any solid structure that doesn't allow water to go through is gonna count, right? So why do you have to specify that the road counts? Because I think that's the ambiguity that was, that Brandon and Jeff were talking about in years to come. Is that if someone looks at this and says, hold on, there's 30% for the entire development, but there's 30% on each lot. How does this control? And by building in those specific individual plans, that makes it clear what the baseline standard is. For the entire 5.03 acres, 30% impervious cover may not be exceeded, sans a variance or approval that comes from the council. And that will set the outer limits for the entire development, also restricted by the more specific limits of each lot. So if we're looking for clarity on that, those would be the two suggested findings.
Do we need to add a note on each lot? Must also be up to 30%.
I feel like
What was kind of up for discussion when we originally had these conversations.
Were you here for the original? Were you here? Okay, yes.
Was the whole lot. The whole 5.3 property would be no more than 30%. That was allowing for larger homes per lot. So each of these homes would take up more than 30% of the specific lot, so long as the entire lot was not more than 30.
Yeah, I feel like that's not clear. Jeff, you keep bringing it up, and I feel like I may just be hearing it wrong, but you keep giving an answer, and I feel like you guys aren't saying the same thing. I think we are.
Yeah, I
hear what you're saying is lot 5, in and of itself, just lot 5, as it's measured out, they put a 8,000 square foot home on it or whatever. Like within the confines of lot 5, including the sidewalk up to their house and their driveway and everything, that cannot exceed 30%, regardless of.
And I think what it boils down to is the difference between chapter 50, which is looking at the whole picture, and our zoning ordinances, which clearly define each and every lot as building out, all impervious cover, including any side buildings, sidewalk, anything else, has to be under 30%, or up maximum 30%.
But then what Bud is saying is, okay, yeah, that's cool for one lot, but then if you take that whole 5 acre, by the time you put a road in and sidewalks and stuff like that, each individual doesn't have 30% remaining. So maybe this person can have 30%, but not all of them can. Correct. That's exactly what I think both of us are saying. Okay.
Yeah, so if every single lot was maxed out, theoretically, they did the calculations on this already and said, maximum size houses on all these lots combined with the roads and everything else, is 30% or less. So that, that you can't average. I mean, our zoning law just says you're not averaging this out over the entire, 15 houses. This is house by house. And that's the zone.
When we did this, what you're saying is not saying that was what we were discussing. But was that ambiguity? where we're talking about 30% of the whole thing, irregardless of how much of each individual lot.
Right, and what Bud was saying is you sort of track both of them. And so,
But I'm saying that additional 30% per lot is not written into.
yeah, so you could add that as a note, as a
Right.
footnote, is that each individual lot must meet current zoning requirements for,
Right.
you know, for individual lot impervious cover.
And I agree with that as a note.
But I feel like 30% is too high, being the road is in there.
It is.
So I feel like it should come down.
Yes, but
Because I feel like we're gonna be arguing with people that are saying, oh, I can go up to 30% because,
No, what happened,
we can't change code of ordinances though.
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that
what
do it on a more average basis.
What would conceivably happen if these two were being tracked side by side is that, you know, they're 30%, 30%, 30%, then you see the calculation overall, and all of a sudden, their overall calculation, some of these lots haven't been built out yet, so they're still pervious, right? They're not being
So-
counted against the numbers. So then they get toward the end, and you do the calculation, and say, you know what, we can't build a house on this last lot, because, you know, the other houses were too big.
But that's,
Right.
So I'll tell you-
I'm thinking about,
I have,
thinking more about, well, the first people to ask for a patio or a deck or a swimming pool are gonna get it.
No, that's not the way it works. It's not
So I'll
on
tell you-
average, it's on by lot basis.
yeah, and I'll tell you guys, as somebody that worked in architecture and as somebody that worked in architecture, that when you start out to design a site, you know, you're trying to figure out what the requirements are. And also as somebody that permits development, you know, has permitted lots of development and needs to easily evaluate someone's site plan, you know, being able to have a number for that particular lot is, you know, priceless. Like, it's invaluable. So to the extent to which we can put something on that plat that when a developer comes in, Maureen or Suzanne or whoever it is able to look at the impervious coverage they put on their building permit application and the impervious coverage that's allowed for that lot, to the extent to which you have two numbers you can compare together. I think that's going to be key, because you know, a developer's not going to, or a builder, an architect, or a custom home builder is not going to want to, like, and it's not typical for them to have to do those calculations. That's the engineer's job, is to figure out what's the max impervious coverage for each lot. And then you look at the plat to see what it is, the same way you look at easements. Where's the easement? It's a 15-foot easement. You know, what's the maximum impervious coverage? Oh, per the approved plat, it's 26%, you know. So I don't know.
The problem we have with that is if Modern Homestead looks at our code of ordinances and says, we want to build 3 houses at 30%, we want to build 3 houses at 27%, we want to build 3 houses at 24%, they are entitled to take full advantage of the impervious cover limits, understanding that the impervious cover that they use is going to be subtracted from their overall use.
Okay.
But we can't arbitrarily step in and say, oh, by the way, now you're limited to 26% on all of these lots. If they so decide to use the maximum 30% on a certain number of lots, they do so understanding that it reduces proportionately their ability to develop on it. So we can't change that, because the code of ordinances that they've been approved under have 2 impervious cover requirements, one under chapter 50 and one under zoning. They've got to abide by both.
But what if the situation was 2 houses are 30%, 2 are 26%, and 2 are 31%?
Well,
They're not gonna get it.
they're not going to get approved. If someone walks into this office, then there's the internal mechanisms for determining the impervious cover that is being presented, and the office will say, look, your application to build this home is being denied because it exceeds the 30% impervious cover. Or if the last person comes in and they submit an application and that specific lot comes in at 27%, but at 27%, that would tip the entire 5.03 acres to 31% of previous cover, then you have to come back and say, look, that application has been denied, and you have to reduce that impervious coverage to say 23 or 4%, whatever the numbers work out.
But this is a special case because it's a lot, like that doesn't apply anywhere else in the city, right? Like on my property, I get up to 30%.
You get up to 30%. And additionally, the variance require, I mean, look, if the city thought it was grossly unfair that a lot owner was being denied something, the landowner could always apply for variance, and it would come through this body, to the city council, who could consider the individual merits of each case and determine if some change needed to be made.
So to your 31%, that wouldn't get past the office. It wouldn't get out of here.
I would, maybe I'm not misunderstanding, then that was basically what was, because like, if you look at lot 13, that's an park / a drainage area / a non-impervious coverage area. That could tip the scale to any particular lot to go, using all of this as 30. I think that was what was at play, was that the developer wants relatively large houses, larger than potentially 30% of each individual lot. And that was kind of carved out. Is that not correct, guys?
No, we are, it's our understanding, and we've been in conversations with, Rick, who couldn't be here due to a flat tire while he was on the way. So that was unfortunate. But we understand it as not only does the entire subdivision have to be 30% impervious coverage, but so does each individual lot must be under that 30%. As
Fair statement that the analysis that I and the mayor have set forth tonight is consistent with your understanding of what's required.
Great.
Is that?
Yeah. So I'll tell you, that's different than, and what are y'all's names out in the audience? Sorry.
Oh, I'm Ryan Town. I'm Rick Town's son.
From Mason
Hey,
County,
Ryan.
of Modern Homestead.
Hey, Mason. Hey, so yeah, I'll tell you, the conversations that we've had with Brian Wilkins, with Kimley Horn, everybody, since I joined on with Kate Freese in January, the prevailing logic and goal was to determine what the impervious coverage was going to be for each lot, with the assumption and understanding that impervious coverage for each lot was going to be less than 30%. And that's the numbers that we have in the drainage analysis, is that the maximum impervious coverage for each lot is well under 30%. And so I think that's what we're talking about tonight, is how do we implement that drainage analysis and those limitations over time? Because I don't have that. I wish I had the table, but I can provide that. And I'll definitely be providing that to council. I think, before we go to council, I'll be giving them those numbers. Because there's a table literally on one of the construction plans. They made an Excel, and it's got 7 columns on it that say, road, pad, different things. And so, but the assumption with the engineers all along has not been that the road is 30%. Or that the overall for the development is 30%, and then each lot also gets 30%. That has not been the assumption. Yeah, the assumption has not been that each lot also gets its own 30%. Just want to make sure. Not trying to split hairs, but that's not what the engineering data reflects.
I'm not sure that that's clear, but.
No, it doesn't.
There needs to be a net.
We need an implementation mechanism. That's what we need, is an implementation mechanism. I think we're all kind of coming at it from different angles, and so it's just,
Brandon, I wanna huck a grenade in the room. I'm in the military. I get to huck one grenade, and I will concede that I'm new to this, and so bear with me for just a second, though. But we're getting down into the weeds with all these technical details. I've got an email from one of the other council members who wants me to talk about, this and that. We're talking about stuff. I'm a doctor, okay? I don't know anything about any of this stuff. I'm a relatively bright dude, but this is not my forte. You're an engineer. We've got a lawyer on staff. We've got some builders and some people who do this for a living. I'm just hung up on, I appreciate the fact that you keep saying that you have a technical role. Thank goodness, because someone needs to do that. Someone needs to look at this and say, does this make sense from a legal standpoint? Does this jive with our ordinances? You know, does this match common building standards and stuff like that? Okay, great, awesome. But the other thing that I'm hearing, I feel like I'm hearing from two sides of the mouth. And my impression, I was not there, Joe was there, and it sounds like Chris was there, but my impression from when this was approved a year ago was that that's what came down. You, P&Z, have an obligation. You are required to approve this because you have no reason not to approve it, because it meets the regulations. It meets the rules and regulations. Therefore, you must approve this. And then it goes to city council, and city council, hey man, this is a technical role. You must approve this. Okay, maybe, I don't know, maybe. You know, but all of a sudden, you know, we're not the approval authority. We're the recommending authority. We can recommend. You know, but Bud tells me I have to make recommendations based on the technical information. I guess my question though is who's doing the common sense checking here? Like, who's slowing this thing down? We all know, and this is anecdotal. Okay, I'm not speaking for anyone, but after this happened, this prompted an uproar in our community. This prompted the Brook Meadow overlay, where people said, we are not going to let this happen again, right? This can't happen to any other lot. We've since gone through and said, okay, we're going to make lot sizes, we're going to do this and that. So, like, if our job is P&Z, if your job is the professionals are saying, this meets all the codes, this meets all the codes, this meets all the codes, your job, P&Z, is to put your stamp of approval on it, then why are we even talking about all this stuff? Why are we getting involved?
No, you raise great questions. At first, I'm going to say you called me an engineer, so I'm not going to take offense at that. Okay, I'm actually a city planner, and so I'm just kidding. I work with engineers and they drive me nuts. And so, but I love them. We need them. So I'm a city planner. I'm a former planning director. So my job is to kind of see everything at the high level, and when I don't know things, ask the questions. And so you were bringing up awesome questions. We're really kind of at the core of this situation, which in your at a high level, yeah, it typically at a very high level, if a plat meets all the technical requirements, you guys, need to recommend approval. But all of this comes down to that section 154.4A, that weird provision of the code that I've quite honestly never seen in a subdivision code before, which is probably why you guys got rid of it. Because as I've mentioned, as the city attorney, Mr. Wymore, has mentioned, platting is typically supposed to be a very technical process. Lots are no more than 12,000 square feet. Done. But you guys had this weird provision in there, which creates what I would call, as a city planner, a quasi-technical and quasi-discretionary approval process. And we'll read it again. The minimum lot area, dimensions, building setbacks, and side yard requirements for other than single-family residential use and for lots smaller than 12,000 square feet will be considered on an individual basis. And so as a city planner, I'll frankly say, in a subdivision code, what is that? What the heck is that? On an individual basis. When subdivision, so I'll tell you. No, but I'm going somewhere with this. So give me a second. And then if you stop that paragraph, and I love to get into philosophy and words and stuff. And so if you just read that point, and if you stop there, will be considered on an individual basis. What that paragraph is basically saying, lots smaller than 12,000 square feet will be considered at the discretion of the Planning and Zoning City Council. That's basically what I'm seeing when I read that. But then it goes on to say, based on the ability of the existing and proposed street system to handle the traffic generated, availability of water and wastewater service, capability of providing adequate fire protection, and provision of off-street parking facilities. So as an engineering firm, as me as a planner, that when we review these codes, we're always looking for something technical to look at. That's my technical guidance right there. I wasn't doing this, it was the previous guy, but that's his technical guidance to say, does this subdivision meet the criteria that section 155.44A spells out for you? In his opinion at the time, what they're proposing did meet this criteria that it has. But like I said, what he didn't tell you, and what I probably honestly would have told you myself if I had been here, is I would have said, but at the end of the day, this is a weird provision to have in a code, and I'm going to defer to your city attorney as to whether or not you guys have any latitude or leverage to deny it, unless it, for any reason other than not meeting this criteria, this based on the ability. That would have been, I would have advised y'all to ask your city attorney that. Well, the previous engineer, Kay Freese, didn't do that. And I think what was presented to everybody was it meets the technical requirements of the code. And so obviously the city attorney's going to say he's going to depend on us to advise, because he's not an engineer, to say, well, per statute, it meets the technical requirements. So you guys need to approve it. So that's why we're here where we are today, because of this section 155.44A. And the ambiguity of this is putting us all in a situation where we're like, to your question, what are we doing out here if you have to approve it? Well, again, I'm going to do now what I wish my predecessor had done and said, look, and I'm going to ask the city attorney, in our technical opinion, and our engineers review it, what the developers have presented meets everything in section 1.5.44A after on an individual basis. They have demonstrated that what they're proposing, these lots under 12,000 square feet, have the ability to handle the traffic generated. They've also demonstrated that they're going to provide water and wastewater services through Aqua. They've also demonstrated the capability to provide adequate fire protection through the cul-de-sac and the lane. And they've also provided, and they're not going to have any parking facilities. So from a technical standpoint, I don't have any other basis to tell you guys to deny this thing. But if that's the will of the planning and zoning and the city council, then they need to defer to the city attorney for that. My job is technical, and also as a planning director to call out a weird section of an ordinance to defer to the city attorney to guide you guys a little bit better on. I hope that helps.
I appreciate that. I just
Yes,
can't
sir.
help it that from my perspective, since that happened, we've actually changed some of our ordinances and we've changed some of our codes. And I guess my question, it's easy to sit back and hug spears. Oh, well, it might have been done differently, because probably not. But we are listening to the people, and I feel like we as a commission, I mean, that is part of our job, is to listen to the people. And I can't help but think that, even if you would have come to me a year ago and said, hey man, planning and zoning, they meet all the requirements, you really need to approve this. Okay, well, hold on, time out. Let's do a public hearing to see if this is what people really want. Because when we came up with these ordinances, no one thought that someone was gonna come in and buy that 5-acre lot and turn it into 22 houses. So.
Yeah, so you're asking, I feel like our training session is kind of continuing here. So, oh, sorry, but
The reason you have the plat notice is because ordinances can change over time. They do. When someone looks back at plat notice, it sets the maximum, and really what this comes into is impervious cover. It sets the maximum impervious cover limits for the entire 5.03 acres, and also the maximum impervious cover limits for each individual lot. So if in the future, the ordinances are amended and changed, we can still look at the plat notes and say, these are the standards that apply to this particular development.
I understand that. My issue is a bigger issue. I feel like what happened at the previous planning and zoning was legal, and engineering came to them and said, you guys have no choice but to approve this because it meets all the requirements. Okay, fine. But if that's the case, we're still there. What I hear you saying and what I hear the engineer saying is, hey, there's some minor revisions, but their plan meets all the requirements. You guys have no choice but to approve it. All right, let's approve it. Like, what do we? Why?
Approve it with the notes.
I mean, I'm not. That's not a motion. I did not make a motion
No, I
to do that. But conceptually, like we could very easily spend the next 3 hours going through the details of, well, this driveway, if you make it a little bit smaller, and I don't know if there's on there. What if we do the? Not my forte. I have no idea about any of that stuff.
And so that's why I was explaining in the presentation. That's typically not something that a planning commission goes over when it comes to plats. Y'all don't go through the construction plans. I've worked for 6 cities and I've never had a planning commission go over a set of construction plans and review drainage analysis numbers. That's something where you depend on and you refer to your engineers to come back and tell you, we've looked at this thing from a highly technical standpoint and we don't have any concerns. Or if they have a few things like I have here, they have that. So, but from a high level, I hear what you're saying. I'll say, my training presentation, that the subdivision plating, that was number 7, right? So sections 1 through 6 deal with other things that you guys do as a commission, such as zoning, specific use permits. So those things are typically more, so in terms of representing the will of the community, those things usually are manifested and implemented more through zoning and through comprehensive planning. Plating is not an area where you can just, typically go and say, well, a neighborhood doesn't like something, so we can deny it, even though from a technical standpoint, it meets the codes. Plating is not where you're applying subjectivity. Plating is not necessarily where you're listening to neighbors and saying, well, we just need to deny it anyway. So, but in this case, I still want to go back to section 55.44. Plating is not typically someplace where you say, hey, it's where it's subjective, but this is kind of a subjective-y weird regulation. So in that case, it's my job as the representative of the engineering firm to say it meets the criteria in here, but it's y'all's job to look to your attorney to help you interpret the intent and the latitude that regulation provides y'all to carry out what you feel is in your conscience and your discretion. So beyond the engineering aspect, I've got to defer to the attorney on the interpretation of that.
I'm going to say my last piece, and then I'm going to push this down the table, and I'm going to zip it. It may be uncomfortable to say it. I feel like the people of the city don't really want to see this project move forward. No offense to y'all, but they don't really want it. They feel like they were blindsided by it and caused much mayhem in our city. If I just need to know what our role is.
So here's what the local government code says. Section 212005. The municipal authority responsible for approving plats must approve a plat or a replat that is required to be prepared under this subchapter and that satisfies all applicable regulations. Brendan has already answered your question. He has said that this plan satisfies all applicable regulations. That's what the law says. That's what the engineering firm said.
Quick comment.
Unless, let me see if P&Z has anything else for us.
So I guess one area that I at least wanted to bring up was in the section 155.41.
What section is it?
155.41 F1. The ordinance that does not permit dead-end streets. I think obviously this is an egregious oversight, just by KFA. Because obviously that would have swayed the decision of the planning and zoning committee that originally approved this, just based on the law. So I guess just also then, want to ask, about the definition of dead end. Is it the same as no outlet? I think the road I live on is a cul-de-sac that has dead end, a sign that says dead end on it. So maybe some clarity there, how this is not dead end.
Can I respond? If you read further into that, F1 says dead end streets shall be prohibited except as short stubs projected to be continued in future subdivisions or when designed as cul-de-sacs. So a dead end is not prohibited if it is a cul-de-sac.
Okay. Thank you.
So
And then I also wanted to, just make note, so as we're talking about Brook Meadow number 5 having, the driveway added, obviously, since it's not on the plot, it's not in the impervious coverage counting. So just at least want to make note of that. This is probably necessarily going to have to change again. And just wanted to know what kind of the process would be for that.
yeah, so you're asking what the process is for requiring that? Sorry, I didn't hear all that.
Yeah, just I understand that it goes back into your planning and you redo the calculations, so kind of then when does it come back before us? Kind of once that's been completed, that should theoretically potentially impact the build out footprint, calculations potentially as well. So, just to ensure that all that is accounted for.
That all that area again, I'm definitely making a note to make sure that that construction plan is in front of city council when it goes to them. But that whole area is outside of the plat boundary. So if you look at the plat, it's there's just like a weird kind of area where that's still in the right of way, that is not actually that's outside of the actual Brook Meadow Drive roadway. And so what they're proposing to create is actually within the Brook Meadow right of way. And so 3 Brook Meadow, 5 Brook Meadow, and in this piece of property, they're all they have frontage on the right of way for Brook Meadow Drive. And so what these guys are doing is they're creating kind of a queuing driveway, because I think their development's going to be gated, and so they're kind of creating a queuing driveway, and that eats into. I can see him there. He's making weird faces. Correct me. You guys speak up.
I don't know.
Yeah. So anyway, what they're creating, the driveway they're creating there is pushing. It's interfering with the driveway that exists to 5 Brook Meadow Drive. And so what we're saying is, hey, there's really nothing on the books that really gets into how all of that is designed out there, because it's in the right of way that already exists. And so what we're saying is, at the least, you can not cut off the existing driveway that goes up to 5 Brook Meadow with the driveway that you're creating, or the road that you're creating, and just provide a little driveway apron for 5 Brook Meadow to access. I wish I had a diagram. I could. Suzanne, do you have the construction plans there? I know you were the one that sent them to me. Are you able to bring up those construction plans? And maybe they can look at it. Maybe I'll look at it, but
I have what I have printed for everybody in their packets is that zip file that I had forwarded to you.
Yeah, just the plat submittal. So they've been submitting construction plans to us, and so Mason, Ryan, do y'all have anything? Are y'all able to speak to this? I'm doing all the talking here.
Yeah.
Yeah, do y'all have any drawing?
Yeah, I think that's all with Kimley and Horn. So civil
Okay.
engineers have all that documentation.
Okay, well then I'm gonna.
Tell me, is there a dispute on that point?
No, wait.
Yeah,
You
I-
guys are gonna build this in such a way that 5 Brook Meadow has access, and you talked about, and you agree.
Oh,
Yeah.
we very much
Okay.
agree with all of these
There-
recommendations.
Okay, great. Okay, so Commissioner, does that answer your question about how that works? Is that the way it would work is between now and City Council, we go back to them and go back to their engineers, Bradley Wilkins, and say, hey, this was a condition here of the Planning and Zoning Commission. You need to revise these plans to provide a driveway apron on the driveway that you're proposing to create, or the little section of curbed road that you're proposing to create within the Brook Meadow right-of-way. And we review it. And if our transportation engineer thinks it's acceptable and safe and fair, because like I said, there really isn't anything in the regulations that address an issue like this. if our engineer thinks it's safe and fair and still provides this property owner with the access that they currently have or level of access they currently have and deserve, then our engineer will say, hey, we recommend this to you guys, and we'll have that drawing for y'all at the city council. And it will have been revised. So that's how your recommendation tonight is implemented and is modified for the council that you're making approval to, or recommendation to.
Yeah, I guess the further point though, I get that, we're not just gonna cut off citizen access to their house. And that will obviously get worked out. I'm just saying that if this doesn't go through any of these 5.3 acre plots, put that on there. I'm just not seeing where it does go through, and I'm assuming that the road goes through the middle of the lot. So if the middle of the lot is already cut off, is where the access is supplied. And I'm assuming it goes through part of the lot. Maybe I'm incorrect again, but.
I am. If you guys want to, if y'all want to take 5 minutes, I can bring up the plan and email it to Suzanne. And we could just put this, if y'all want to.
I mean,
It's up to y'all.
you can tell us, just, I guess, yes or no, does the addition of the 5 Brook Meadow driveway eat into this 5.03 acre lot? And if so, will that be accounted for through all of your work for the impervious coverage calculation?
Give me just a minute. I'm going to send Suzanne a picture and what I'm talking about.
We're not
I can
displaying
get
any.
She can show him the computer. I can't, like, it's just not a yes or no question. I need to look at a document here. Give me just a second.
That's gotta be this.
Let me know when you send.
Oh, you know what, you could project under here without being connected, yeah. I'm not thinking.
No, I don't need to.
She connected before she got the instant, the adapter away.
Sometimes you definitely. Don't worry about it, Frank. Let me see if I can.
I've been burned before. If it's not addressed and if it's not written down, it never happens. And so if you don't address it, if you don't put it in here, then there's no accountability to it. Honorable gentlemen, and it sounds like we're all on the same page, so, trust, what's the expression, trust the tiger camel or something like that?
It's not written.
Yeah.
Suzanne, I just emailed it to you. I don't know how you guys want to, if you want to show them your computer.
Yeah, I'm having an argument with it right now.
So on the fifth recommendation, it states that it would be constructed within the Brook Meadow right of way. So that wouldn't be on our 5 acres, so it wouldn't count against our base cover.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. On the AC months,
So what,
on the cable.
in about a minute, or less than a minute. If this one doesn't work, then yeah. They only called me twice last time.
Yeah, and I think that, the question was, is it in the plot or outside the plot? Yes, no, and they just answered no, so. That's the question.
Did you get it, Suzanne?
No. Still having technical difficulties.
And I can email it to,
Did you email it to her, Brandon?
I did. I just emailed it to her a couple minutes
She'll
ago.
have it up in a second.
Just give me a second.
Cool. Cool.
Reset it.
I didn't see that.
I have not seen this.
Hold on.
Two?
Yeah, two times popping up.
HDMI two?
I don't think so.
HDMI 3 is that one.
I know, but we'll give you HDMI two, third one over.
In order to.
Why isn't it
Yeah,
connecting?
so we put on there.
Is the plug all the way in?
This is HDMI two.
That's the lighter of the cables. The blue one's too heavy. It starts like a seizure type effect.
All right, try HDMI two.
Oh! Thank you, sir.
If only we had someone to get, like,
Alright, how big do we want this?
Okay, Brandon, we have the plans up on the screen. We can see the
Cool.
Brook coming in.
Yeah. So you can see that I would call it a driveway or a road extension that they're creating outside of their development. You know, you've got Oak Grove Lane, which it goes through the property line, the east property line. It goes through that and it curves down right about where the document says 1046. That's a topographic line. Right where that 0146 is, that's where the property ends and where the Brook Meadow Drive right-of-way begins. In a perfect world, you'd have a beautiful cul-de-sac here or something that all of these lots take access off of, but this isn't a perfect world and cities have limited budgets. So we've got Brook Meadow Drive, which kind of curves around. And then you've got, you know, imagine you're coming west from Ranch Road 12 on Brook Meadow Drive. All right. And we get to right where it starts to curve. Okay, you've got a driveway that veers off and goes up to that house. That's 3 Brook Meadow Drive. And then right next to it, you have an existing driveway that goes up. You have a little apron, and then it goes up to 50, which is labeled as Lot 13, James and Shirley Miller. You can kind of see where that driveway goes into their lot. Well, with what the developers are creating here, it kind of cuts into their driveway. And in order for Mr. and Mrs. Miller to access their lot with what they have here, you'd have to drive over this other driveway, like perpendicularly. You'd have to bisect this driveway, which is going to destroy that driveway, and then drive over it in order to get on to realign yourself with this existing crushed granite driveway that goes up to lot 13. And so what we're saying is basically just for lot 13, just have them take access off this little road that curves down. Have them take access off of this connection that Oak Grove Lane makes to Brook Meadow Drive on the portion that's not on their property. Just give lot 13 a little driveway apron that then connects to their gravel. I mean, we're not going to ask them to build some, you know, beautiful driveway going up to lot 13 because that's not what they have right now. But just create some sort of driveway apron that doesn't place an impact on this other driveway, because that's what we're looking at here is mitigating impacts. And so they're creating an impact on this adjacent existing driveway. So we're just saying create a little apron on the north side of that connection where there will be curb and gutter, and that way these people have direct access. So I don't know, are y'all able to visualize that? If we had Teams, I could share my screen with you and guys put my mouse right where I'm talking, but
I don't have, I'm not signed into the meeting, so if you would be able to share the screen with us.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, Suzanne followed along pretty well. I mean, she had her pointer going. I mean, it
I
was
was trying to make it
pretty
simple.
clear what you're talking about.
Let me make sure. So,
You wanna go?
are you, to get to right here, are you saying to build something right there, or are you talking about down here?
Down there.
So what would they do down, I mean, this is right now there, is it a gravel driveway? I don't actually know. Is
Yeah.
it like some gravel driveway right here or something? Is that what it is? Okay. What's the plan? Do you know for that? Is there a
For the
plan?
gravel driveway that's existed?
For these people, if this is their access to their property right there, what's the plan for them? They're not gonna go up this person's driveway, they're not gonna go down your driveway, so.
That would kind of be for the K-Freeze and Kinley Horn to match that out before the city council.
I just guess I didn't understand what he was saying, if there were.
Right, I don't know
Is
what
that he
changes
was
are
saying?
gonna.
Like,
No, 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 no. See your problem is that if this road comes up like this, you know, which it makes sense, they want to curve it in to make it nice and easy to get into, so they curve this out, they curved it out over the Miller Drive. Right.
So you're saying that they would maybe not.
If this,
curve it out?
if this went straight down here,
Oh, then they would have a separate
it
driveway.
wouldn't be fun. That's the way I understand it.
Did you have anything else?
Okay, so I just have one question. Brandon, I wasn't at the previous meeting where, I guess PMC approved the plat or the replat. But
Yes,
I
ma'am.
was just kind of looking through, and did Aqua approve to, provide water and sewage to lots smaller than 12,000 square feet?
They have agreed to provide water and sewer service to the entire development. And those are the approvals that we've received.
Did you say that again? I'm sorry.
They have, hold on just a minute, and make sure that you guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, the approvals that they've given us, or given the developer, that the developer forwarded to us, they're agreeing to, they've reviewed the plans for the entire subdivision, and they have approved the construction plans, which, that'll, water and sewer infrastructure that's going to go into this development. They have reviewed and approved the plans. And they've also said that they will be serving the entire subdivision. And they've also reviewed the water model. You have to provide water models on water pressure and all that kind of stuff, and they've reviewed and approved that as well. So they've signed off on the whole thing. They haven't limited it to just 12,000 square foot lots. To my knowledge, I haven't heard from them that that they have any stipulations. My understanding is that 12,000 square
Did you
foot.
say they've limited it to 12,000 square feet?
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
Sorry.
No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying that Aqua looked at the entire plan and said, yes, we can service this. Yeah, with water and wastewater. And, but I want to spin off that if I could, because we have been in conversation with Aqua Texas, with the president of Aqua Texas, Craig Blanchett, whose company is very much taking sustainability into account. And one of the things that they are committed to doing is treating the effluent from Wood Creek and now Wimberley 2 to type 1, which can be used for outside irrigation, even like toilet flushing and things like that. And they have a commitment to work with cities on like purple pipe. You know, so this development may be too far gone to do that, but it's something that is of great interest to us in terms of sustainability, because we're out of water. In fact, there's some question whether Aqua, you know, would be pushing their limit right now to provide for 15 more homes, because they're processing at their peak. Purple pipe, if some of that water, if some of that effluent can be reused, then that's water, that's potable water, that's not literally going down the sewer. So it's something that I think that we can, you know, we can make a request, and say that it would be a great thing. Aqua would be behind it, but it would be something that if it could be, if this development, you know, when they're laying the plumbing, when they're laying the lines, you know, would account for some purple pipe in the process. That would go a long way towards, you know, having the city go, well, okay, well, if you're gonna go all, you know, one water on us, that works. So, it's just something I wanted to add.
Councilmember Johns had a number of questions I want to get to, but I'm going to jump in on one real quickly because it seems she had the same concern. Her bullet number 4 says, as far as Aqua Texas, I see there has been a back and forth on specs for the water wastewater, but the details are not completely worked out. I thought Aqua wanted us to have minimum lot sizes of 12,000 square feet for wastewater service. So it sounds like there was more than one person that was confused about that. So Brandon, do I hear you saying that you're going on record saying that Aqua has approved all of this, like each each lot has been approved? Like, do we know? Can someone throw it down and say, yep, I know it's a fact?
They, in the packet, pages 13 through 19 is their whole communications from Aqua. And at the very end of page 19, it says that, let me find it. I'm sorry, going back. 19 is the beginning, so look back to 13, and the last thing they said on page 13 is Justin Aqua has received and reviewed the updated plans and accepts them for construction.
Okay.
So those pages are their communications with Aqua.
Alrighty. Cameron, do you have other?
I'm trying to read this. It's small.
You want me to go through some of her other ones while you're reading them? Okay. The preliminary plan was for lot 15 to be a drainage area. That doesn't show on this plan. I don't know anything about that.
It's now 13.
Lot 13 is now the drainage area. Okay, cool, that addresses that one. There were also drainage swales. I don't know what that is. Drainage swales and storm drainage lines. I don't see those either. Presumably that's.
Swales are like raised berms to direct the water.
Gotcha. Okay. Are those? She wants to know if those are somewhere. Anyone know anything about drainage swales or storm drainage lines?
Marcus,
Where do you want me to go? What are the V's on the right side of the road? Is that a sidewalk? What's that?
that's, no, didn't be. Oh, you mean those V's?
Yeah.
That's what I was wondering if they were, is swale. But they've also got them down here, which would keep the water from going into the neighbors.
Brandon, do you know the answer to that? Are there drainage swales and storm drainage lines? All right, we'll come back to that.
Okay.
You got it?
Yeah, I'm not seeing, Suzanne, what you said on page 13. Yeah, I'm not seeing what you were saying or.
That was their final response here. And then the whole conversation originally started from page 19 and we're back to moved forward. And you know, when you read it, you know, you're going up to the most recent, that would be the top.
Okay, so.
Round it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes. Okay. So if you want to begin with comprehension, it's on page 19.
Her item number 3, in the letter from PEC, it states, quote, if construction of electric service facilities is needed, you must pay all construction fees and grant or acquire all necessary easements before construction can begin. Item 2 shows where transformers are located, but not which ones will service the host. The electrical services been addressed?
I mean, I'd assume so, yeah. Yes, I mean, yeah, but I don't, yeah, maybe he's one who checks off the.
It's in here.
At this point, all they do is agree to provide it.
Right.
Final placement, granting of easements, running of lines
Page 10.
occurs after the final plat approval. The only requirement is that they show that they've actually secured it.
Alrighty. As far as offer taxes, I've already read that one. Item number 5, I believe we were discussing minimum lot size set at 12,000 square feet or 0.2755 acres. The recommendation at our meeting was to increase it to 14,520 square feet or 0.333 acres, but that change has not taken place. This was at the October 5 meeting with P&Z. So I think what she's saying there is, since then, we've come up with minimum lot sizes. But the answer to that is this is vested.
That's right, that's exactly right.
All right, very good. Item number 6, only one of these lots meets the
Okay.
12,000 square feet requirements,
Well,
Okay.
but that must be the same as answer number 5.
That's
There are
okay.
no 12,000 square foot, or there were no 12,000 square foot requirements at this time.
This was approved under the ordinance that has now been rescinded. And there's vested rights in that ordinance that is good.
Okay. Item number 7.
I'm back, guys.
Also-
I got disconnected and then muted. So do you have a backlog of questions for
Okay,
me?
the first question was about drainage swales and storm drainage lines. Are there
Yeah.
drainage swales, storm drainage lines?
Yeah. So the first the first design for the streets in here was for no curbs and for bar ditches. And so anytime you have a bar ditch, you need to create drainage swales to slow water down. But they're not doing that anymore. They're wanting to have 50-foot wide streets. So if you have a narrow right of way, the code requires that you provide curb and gutter. So now they have a curb and gutter system which drains to the detention pond. So that's why there aren't drainage swales in here anymore, because you don't have like your traditional Wood Creek streets.
Retention pond, that's in lot 13.
That's in lot 13.
Everything's gonna. Okay, very good.
Everything ends up in that on lot 13. Right.
Let's see, stormwater drainage facilities, all sections, but especially D subdivision plats. I don't know if you all have been given the new comprehensive plat showing the drainage plans. I'm not completely sure what she means by that.
Is she talking, wait, D?
Item number 7, see also 155.57, all sections, but especially D subdivision plats. This is apparently talking about storm.
Yeah, I mean, I know the city's working on some revisions, but again, going back to what we discussed earlier, this plat is vested in the regulations that existed at the time of at the time of submittal back in 2021. So we're working off the ordinances that are in place, or that were in place.
But is this
Not anything new.
Right, but is the part that she's referencing 155.57, especially D, was that has that been changed?
Let me see. Let's go look at that section. I don't know that section offhand. Let's see. 155 point. What was the?
155.57, especially section D.
There it goes.
We'll need to have a plat note for that. It looks like it was passed in 2007. So we'll need to have a plat note under 15557.
Okay,
Yeah.
Oh my God. Sorry, guys. Blind well. Let's see, 557.
Yep.
But can you explain the plat note that you're talking about?
I think they just need to show the limits of any of the 100-year floodplain, for waterways draining 50 or more acres. I mean, so, they're required to show that information on there. I don't know if it's on there or not.
Yeah, I'll
But-
confirm. I offhand, I can't recall. I mean, I don't.
flood elevation, crawl, blah, 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 blah.
But I mean, it's a technical fix, if anything.
Yeah.
It's not a
I think it's
substantive
all out of
one.
the
It's just-
floodplain, but I'll double check.
Yeah.
I can tell you there's no floodplain on any lots. You know, we wouldn't let them plat a lot in the floodplain, but
Councilmember Cortova, was there additional commentary you had for the group?
I just had a question about the end of, this section of the agenda where, recommendation is made, page 4 or 5. And, one of the conditions, number 4, is that a note should be added to the plat that lots 1, 7, 13, and 20, the public land that won't be built on, shall be common area lots that shall be owned and maintained by a property or homeowners association. Does that fit with how we would handle that at the city level?
Yeah, because somebody's gonna maintain that road. It's not going to be a city road. It's a private road, and also, private parkland, anything up there is part of the development and not part of the city. So the city would require that the developers have some mechanism in place that those things are maintained, in perpetuity. So usually that would be handled through a property owners association.
Well, my guess is that wouldn't be at the legal official level of an HOA or anything.
It would be, I mean, it's essentially, yes, an HOA.
Okay.
So they would raise their own funds to manage those things and handle that.
They're gonna be a separate subdivision within our city, and they're gonna have an HOA that just applies to those houses.
Right.
Like,
And that's very common. I mean, Overlook is an HOA, Cypress Point's an HOA, got an HOA in the enclave across the street. It's what?
What about, maybe a little bit of a tangent, but the road that belongs to, the lodge at Cypress Creek, like, it's her private property. I mean, everyone from our city uses it.
Mhm.
She chooses not to particularly maintain it very well, which is her right. What happens in the event like this? What if they're like, well, we should just spend our money on something else?
Well, then the homeowners would have under themselves, I mean, they couldn't come to the city and complain.
Under the transportation code, cities and counties have discretion to accept ownership of roadways. Before a city or county can be forced to accept ownership of a roadway, they can require that it be kept at a certain condition, and then, of course, taxes can be assessed to pay for the maintenance of it. They can also say, we're not gonna handle it. If people refuse to pay their dues and the road wasn't maintained, then any of the affected landowners would have a private claim to try and enforce maintenance of that road, but that would be separate from the city.
yeah, the key thing in my experience is just, making sure that city has proof that this thing was created. So y'all have mitigated the potential for your existing taxpayers to have to, shoulder a bunch of angry new taxpayers. And in my experience, that just, they need to submit the articles of incorporate, or the DCCRs or whatever that is, that way you can see, all right, it's been created. All right. And then, because I've seen it.
But that's a box that has to be checked before the plat can be filed.
It's not, I don't see anything in your subdivision code that specifically calls out y'all's ability to do that. But that's why I just put it in there, to put a note on the plat, and then, and require them to provide that to you beforehand. Sometimes subdivision codes are kind of older and they don't You know, they anticipate one kind of development. They anticipate Wood Creek as it is today, where all the roads are public, you know. So that's why I put it in there, just to safeguard.
Any other discussion on this topic?
Yeah, I have one more. So if we're running out of water in the city of Wood Creek, why are we approving new home sites?
So there's competing law that you're running into here. One is the language under chapter 212 of the local government code that requires mandatory approval if the regulations are met, which they have been. And then on the other hand, you've got Aquatex, who holds the CCN, which is more thoroughly known as the Certificate of Convenience and Necessity for this area. They have under the law what is called a duty to provide a continuous and adequate water supply. But they don't get to pick winners and losers and where the water is extended. So, or to who water is provided to. So what you got is approval of development vested with the municipality and the entity that provides the water over here. So those two things don't meet. If in fact someone reaches out, a developer reaches out to the entity that provides water and asks the question, says, can you provide a water supply to our development? And the water supplier says, we can certainly provide water to your development. Then the technical requirement of providing water has been met. But what you're seeing is approval of a development in the ability to extend water is not invested in the same entity. Those are broken between Aquatex and Wood Creek.
If we own the utility, we could.
And if it was done consistent with state law.
But because they are now wanting to go into sustainability and use the purple pipes.
Aqua does, but it's not a requirement, and Aqua doesn't do that construction. You know, Aqua just says that, hey, if you put purple pipe down, we can get effluent to you. And it's in their best interest. They have to get rid of that stuff.
My best advice is to talk to the groundwater district and work with the legislature for this thing. Because this is something where a lot of the ability to control that has been removed locally. There's a lot of mandatory approval. So I don't think anyone's not concerned about water in Central Texas when they make these decisions, but a lot of Kansas. I have one question. Brandon, how do you pronounce the name of the electric company?
Do you want as a Texan or as a non-Texan? Which pronunciation would you like? As a Texan, I'm going to call it Pedernales. As someone, I'm going to say Pedernales. As a historian, I'm going to say Pedernales.
You said Pedernales earlier, so I had to clear that up. All right,
Yeah, I also say Blanco and yeah.
All right.
All right, any other discussion? I'm just gonna close by again stating, I don't like feeling like I've been cornholed into something. I don't agree with this overall, for whatever that's worth, that's just my opinion. Something feels not right about being told if it meets the requirements, you have no choice but to recommend approval. That may be, I claim ignorance, but that just feels not right to me. So. Yes, sir.
We felt that way when we first reviewed this, is it 2 years ago now on P&Z? We felt exactly the same way, because about 2/3 of our questions or concerns and ideas have nothing to do with the legality.
Right.
I'll say, I spend at working for K-Freeze, I spend the majority of my week reviewing subdivision after subdivision after subdivision proposed by Lennar and KB, and they're just making the world look totally homogeneous everywhere with these cookie cutter subdivisions. So it feels not right to me too. So I totally empathize with it, you know, not being restricted by state government.
Take, this is a legislative issue.
Yeah.
Is there, maybe no one can really answer this, and you guys plug your ears for just a second, but is there some way to slow this process down to get time to deal with
This particular project?
Yeah.
No, the legislature just made it faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, to that point, you know, when this went through and it made it through, P and Z and ultimately through the council, and there was a preliminary plan approved and they were vested in all these rules, you know, we said, hey, we can't do anything about this, but we can do something about it in the future. You know, so that's
But
when
I hear that message, but that just doesn't resonate with me.
I know,
feel like-
nobody likes it.
No, but even at the time, we had changed the rules. Like, if we as a city don't like the rules, we can vote to change the rules. We've changed our ordinance.
That's what we did.
But we didn't do it in time, right? Like, if someone could have put the brakes on and said, time out. We're gonna put this on hold because we need to hold a public hearing. We haven't held a public hearing. We're gonna hear from the people first. Let's hold a public hearing and then we will bring this back up after we've had a public hearing. And then the public came in here with their pitchforks and said, no, we don't want this, we don't want this. Right? Then we'd have been like, okay, well, maybe we need to change our ordinance before we address it.
So city attorney might beat me to this, but you know, you guys at Wood Creek, y'all are a general law city. And in state law, you know, if you want some real dry reading material, read the local government code. And so local government code prescribes two types of cities. It prescribes general law cities and home rule cities. General law cities, by theory, y'all are allowed, unless the local government code says that you can do it, then you can't. Whereas with a home rule city that's over 5,000, y'all can have an election. If you ever get up to 5,000, you can have an election to become home rule. And then the logic is flipped. It's like difference between strict interpretation of the Constitution versus loose. When you become a home rule city, the logic is flipped. And then it becomes, unless the local government code says you can't do it, then you can. But right now, y'all are a general law city. In most cities, whether you're general law or home rule, you're still strapped when it comes to statutory requirements for platting. But even more so, y'all are strapped because you're general law. So unless the local government code says you can, then you can't. And so I'm totally feel your pain, and hopefully I'm here to help and like with the educate, you know, with just a background on it. But it's tough not being able to do more and feeling like you can't respond to your citizens. But like the city attorney said, you know, that anger is best directed towards your House representatives that go to the state and have the, you know, home builders in their pockets and the lobbyists.
Council reacted to this by eliminating that loophole. And then we did the Brook Meadow overlay to keep that from happening again in Brook Meadow. What's incumbent on us now, especially at the P and Z level, but council level for sure, is that as new development comes in, and the only place that can happen is in the ETJ, that we have teeth in our subdivision codes that will require things like purple pipe, like minimum lot size, like, you know, whatever it happens to be. You know, we put that in there now so that when the next developer comes in, we say, yeah, let's talk. You know, here's the rules, and then they're building within the character of our city.
And would the recharge zone be part of that?
It absolutely. Yeah, we can go in and say, okay, new development, you have to have rainwater capture, you have to have purple pipe. In other words, you know, we're turning, you know, new development in Wood Creek into one water developments. You know, where you know we are giving back more water than we're using, and we can do that.
But legal phone a friend here. I feel like and I'm not trying to speak on their behalf, but I feel like no one particularly wants to make a motion right now to recommend approval. So what happens if no one says, I make a motion, like how, to educate me legally now. What happens with that? What happens if people decide to abstain? Like what happens next?
I mean, the ultimate decision-making authority is vested in the council. But I would, if you wanna go into these nuances, I'd prefer to go into executive session.
But, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, if they don't take action on this, the plat just automatically gets approved, right? And they don't get any of the conditions, right?
The recommendation is that it would be approved sans any modifications. That would be the deemed recommendation of this body.
That means if we don't do anything, then that's what our answer is.
Your recommendation would be deemed approval without any modifications.
So without Brandon's recommendations 1 through 5 or any of the 3 plat notes that y'all.
Correct.
Right. That's the reason you had an emergency meeting. A special call meeting of this is to get it in within the time. Because otherwise it just gets.
Oh, I see.
There's a state mandate for the amount of time it takes from the time the plat is submitted to the time it's reviewed and then either approved or denied. So if we get outside of that time frame, it's automatically as is.
This is what I was mentioning earlier when you said you would get more time than our responsibility of the legislature actually.
Gotcha.
The mayor's just laid out those timelines. that were strictly-
So I have a question. So if we don't approve it and our
You don't recommend approval.
recommendation, right, and it's just sent to council, then they make the decision.
Right.
You are merely making a recommendation at this point, but the deemed recommendation would be that you recommend approval without any conditions if you take no action.
But our action could be that we recommend against it. I mean, I hear what you're saying is, well, you can't because they know the requirements. But
Yeah, I mean, before you take that, I mean, my response would be, you fully need to consider section 2120005, which is the municipal authority responsible for approving plats must approve a plat or replat that is required to be prepared under the
that's
subject.
not us. We're not the municipal authority that approves it.
There is,
That's them.
if you dig deeper into chapter 212, it speaks to the
What do you want to know?
the planning and zoning committee. What are you gonna say, Suzanne?
I can let it read here.
No, I mean, that's what it is. This is an integral part of the process. The recommendation that is made from this body.
Yeah, the planning and zoning is kind of a unique body, in that it is a required body. You know, we have, I mean, we don't have to have a parks board, we don't have to have, but P and Z is a special case. And it is truly a part of the process. And so the city council.
I get that, but if your hands are tied because what was the wording? You know, it's a technical rule that conforms to the legalities. Your hands are tied. You have no choice. Then like, who's the last stop? Who can raise their hand and say, well, we feel like this is wrong? And we started this conversation by saying, well, there's 2 kinds of cities. There's one in which P and Z are the approval authority, and then there's y'all, in which P and Z isn't the approval authority. It's just making a recommendation. And so y'all are making recommendations. But then I don't know. I mean, what are we? Are we making recommendations or are we approving it? I feel like
You're
we're
not
making a
approving.
recommendation.
You're not approving.
We're making a recommendation. I feel like I just to make my voice known, just so someone can say, well, we stood up and tried to stop this. There's nothing we can do, and there's nothing city council can do. It's gonna happen, but we recommend against it. That's my inclination. But, you know, if I've got a lawyer telling me, no, you are not allowed to do that, I mean, what will happen to me? Is someone gonna come arrest me? I get kicked off am I no longer chairman, Bud? What happens to me?
No one can remove you from your position as chairman of the planning and zoning commission. That's it. That's the council decides.
So,
Well, is,
I'll say, as somebody that worked for several cities and as a former planning director, when I get asked that question, what's gonna happen to me is I've had city council members literally say, well, let's just not follow the law until they sue us. Like I've literally heard that. And so I would say, if we were still in the training session and you asked me that question, I'd say everybody in this room has a fiduciary responsibility to the city. And it's important to balance that with your requirements to implement the law and to observe the policies of the city and to also take into account what your citizens are telling you. And that's why I said you'll have such a hard job when I gave this presentation. But the one thing I didn't mention in there is the fiduciary responsibility that you have as an individual in a body. And so when you are a part of something where you're like, well, we're not going to follow the rules. What happens if I don't follow the rule? Well, then you're a part of a lawsuit potentially too, and you end up costing your taxpayers lots of money. And I'm not saying that's what you're going to do. I'm just saying that happens when people decide, I don't want to approve this, but you have a lawyer or a planner saying this is what the law says. So that's something else that happens. So nobody comes and arrests you or anything like that. But you're a part of the puzzle that, so it's all this stuff goes in together. It's part of y'all's responsibility as a board is balancing all that.
And part of this is I need the education. I'm not trying to, I am a law-abiding citizen. I'm in the Air Force. I'm all about law and order. So I'm not trying to be a rebel and violate any laws. But if P&Z is simply making a recommendation,
Well, the other thing y'all could do is you can add as a P&Z commission. I'm not trying to dig into politics. I mean, P&Z, I don't know, by state law, can a city council delegate all plating authority to a P&Z? I mean, that's something that the city can talk about. Right now you'll have it set up where P&Z just recommends, but I think local government code 212 says that the city council can delegate that responsibility solely to the planning and zoning commission. So those are all things, this is all policy stuff that we're talking about tonight. And it's all great conversation to potentially have at a community level, and at a council level. That you're already bound by state laws when it comes to approving stuff, and then to your point, you feel even more kind of neutered and not effective in the fact that you're not even making the final decision on stuff either. So I get where you're coming from. It's all policy discussion. It's great questions.
well, the point at which we're at, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that the recommendation could be better served and for the city if they approved it with recommendations versus not approved and sent it to council without the recommendation for approval, and then it would move forward and they would have to do all these recommendations that be listed on your document. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
well, city council still has the operation.
Your decision.
But city council could approve it with the additions. It's just if nothing happens, if we do nothing and city council does nothing, then bam, it happens
Yes.
as is.
Yes.
I'm not trying to just pump this to city council. I'm just trying to make I'm trying to make a stand, and maybe that's all we need to do with it. Yeah, you guys are welcome to jump in.
I mean, you can make a recommendation with reservation. I mean, it's just like, you want to go on record as saying, this is not our idea of good time, but it seems to be required by state law. And in the meantime, dig in to see if there's anything that the council can do, to change that. But that's the thing that when it came up before council before P&Z and then council before, I asked Mr. Towns, it's like, you built some, $1 million homes, and why don't you just, instead of doing as many lots, why don't you do fewer lots with bigger houses? You don't have as much of a strain on it. So they have the option to change their plan, if they want to play nice with the city, or they can just
sorry, thumb their noses and no, we're gonna do whatever we want because we can. And we're, we're not exactly powerless. But the state defines what we can and can't do. So, I mean, we can say, okay, we're going to, approve the final plat with, these 10 conditions that need to be met. And if they meet the 10 conditions, then off they go. Well, then they gotta start actually building. They've got to actually start making the stuff happen. And they're gonna, they're gonna have to do it in an exemplary fashion because there's not gonna be any give. And I mean, it's just like, everything's gonna be scrutinized,
But
everything.
what's required, what's required to table something? If you have to have a reason to table something, and then it has to show up on your next agenda?
Yeah, it's, the timeline would be blown.
Okay.
You gotta act tonight. Maybe it would be deemed approved if you didn't act tonight.
Okay, because it would run out of time.
Because the
That's
time.
what I'm trying to calculate.
Yeah, y'all have a certain amount of time to review it, and then we have a certain amount of time after you've reviewed it for it to come before council.
It'd be November 30th.
Look, I mean, I'm not saying you have to like it, but, the engineering firm has said all applicable regulations have been met. I think we all have a duty to follow the law.
Okay, well, I'm happy to entertain a motion.
Motion
I'm not gonna say the motion, I'm going someone else to make the motion if they'd like to make it.
So just on procedure, we move to make a motion. Doesn't make a motion. Raise hand.
Someone has to make a motion and someone has to second it.
But what are all of our possible routes for recommending or not recommending, kind of summarizing?
Well, I mean, so you have the option to approve, but approve the conditions. Those are the conditions that are listed on the analysis, including those tonight, that have been recommended.
Well, then we added.
We added some, but I think generally in talking those through, Brandon would incorporate or adopt those as his recommendations. The other option is to flatly deny. Well, those are the three choices, to flatly not recommend, or not recommend, yes.
The notes I got on that were the 5 that Brandon, had in Capry's recommendations, that I jotted down, the 2 areas of impervious cover, one for the entire, they must be maintained, one for the entire 5.03, one per individual building lot, to not exceed 30%. I also jotted down the dispute over that sliver of land that was claimed by, homeowner and was taken in the plans, needs to be resolved, to the satisfaction of all parties. And those would be the things that I jotted down as far as conditions.
One more concern at least, so just for number 5, obviously we're talking about sending a lot more vehicles right next to where they are. We're having a lot more on effectively a blind curve. Are there any safety or ramifications? And I'm sure there are. Have they been accounted for? And kind of what can we do to ensure that the public safety is upheld when we're adding that much more traffic into the blind curve?
Yeah, that's a good question. I asked, so our transportation engineer, Jeremy Carson, he's the one that made the recommendation for that driveway apron. So I think the plan is that the engineers, Kimley Horn, the developers engineers need to put some lines down on paper. They need to put a design there for it. And then our guy needs to review it between now and city council and see if he has any concerns. traffic and transportation engineers, they look at like turning radii and all that jazz, width, and probably need to have the drainage guys take a look at it to account for a little drainage coming out. And so, yeah, there's some engineering review that needs to look at it, and then we'll come back to y'all. We'll show you that. We'll show council that design. Probably give them a little, vignette of what it looks like, and tell them whether we recommend or whether we think some more changes need to be made to it. That's kind of how that process would work.
Okay, I mean, I would have difficulties without knowing, we may or may not be putting a citizen's life in danger, for example, to just move forward without having at least that question answered. I don't know if that does.
Seems to me that by taking these considerations and passing them on, it does, if nothing else, it sort of buys some time. The approval process doesn't change, but the actual, we're not approving just whatever is thrown out there. I mean, it has to meet we still get a chance to say, yeah, you met the requirement, you met the condition or not.
But it doesn't buy any time, right? There's nothing that's gonna buy us.
It doesn't buy any time on the approval process.
For you, more so than for me, but I was gonna say, you for sure it's black and white. It meets the requirements. Approve it. Like even if Chris has some concerns, if that's not somehow programmed in there that says, no, man, we're gonna kick this back until we get a safety evaluation, or something like that. Right? I mean, your hands are tied. When it comes to you, you've got engineers and you've got lawyers saying you have no choice but to approve this.
But there's another side of this, I think a little bit more of a positive sense, is that recommendations that you can make to the council it's a way of codifying all these really good ideas are coming up, like public safety. But public safety is an issue that applies to the whole city. And so I think the most useful recommendations now would be the ones that be specific to this proposal. But don't get me wrong, public safety is right for everybody too, so.
So the other
I guess my point is any recommendations, like what I hear already is that the engineers and the lawyers say that it already meets all the requirements. So with or without any recommendations, it still meets the requirements. It still has to be approved.
So I'll say, with the exception of the conditions, oh, sorry. I was gonna say, with the exception of the conditions recommended, we find that it meets all the requirements of the code. And so the other aspect of this whole equation is the idea of customer service. And every city has a different interpretation of the level of service that they wish to provide to builders or homeowners or businesses or developers. And so some cities are a little more flexible with the level of conditions. Unless it's a big thing, they usually recommend approval with minor conditions. If you guys just flat out denied it for the fact that they're not complying with the 5 things that are on here, if y'all just flat out denied it, what would happen from that? What the developer would do, I don't know. It's not typical in my experience to see plats get denied for things like this. It's not like, I'll let the city attorney weigh in whether it's completely off the table, but I'm just saying that's the other aspect of this, is whether you just want to deny this thing for that sake, and then have them then they have to come back, pay the fee again, because they can still come back with a final plat. Just because you deny it doesn't mean it's going to go back to preliminary. It just means that they have to reapply for a final, and they have to go through this whole process again, and it's going to take them 30 days. So it depends on the level of, again, it depends on how y'all want to do business too. So that's the other aspect of it. And I'm not saying I want you to, I'm just saying, I'm trying to give you all advice as a, former city official myself at how to handle these things.
Did you still want to go into executive session?
Yep. All right, let's do it. At,
9 o'clock?
9 o'clock.
Okay. Sure. You gotta call in.
Andy.
Hey, Brandon, you still there?
Is your office open, sir?
Brandon?
Office, that should be.
I
Yep,
think it
yes,
is.
sir.
Do
Um,
they need to?
if they were to, decline it based on your 5 points, would that be going against your recommendation of
Does he need to
approval
go?
with the 5 points?
I'm just I'm a third party, so I make a recommendation. So nobody's going against anything what they do. They make their decision.
Right, but you've made your recommendation.
I've made a third party recommendation as a consultant.
Okay, understood.
I stood up in the middle of my back crack. That can't be good.
I'm confused. No, I'm thinking, right?
They went in executive session.
Oh, they did.
Yes. Are you going?
Suzanne,
Are you going?
Suzanne, or Brandon?
Brandon?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right.
What's
Is I
that?
invited to the?
Yes,
Okay, I could go.
yes.
What were y'all asking me?
They went into executive session. I think they're trying to figure out if we need to be in there or not.
Oh, I think it's just an attorney thing.
Okay.
I'm just gonna hang out here. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna eat some dinner finally.
Okay. I'm gonna go get my water from my car because my soda is really watered down. Did you want these?
Yeah, we'll need them, but I'll just take your, from you.
Well, this one. Let's charge that.
Oh, excuse me.
Are you thirsty? Do you have something to drink?
I should have something in the car.
Okay, 'cause I was just gonna offer you my water. I can.
Oh, no, you're all good. Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
There's coffee in there, if you want
I got to sleep. That's
it. Yeah. I don't think there's any decaf.
I don't think so.
Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Oh, what's this? Hold on.
Oh, Jeff did that.
What is this? Here. Not one of these?
right, we are back at 9:25 p.m.
And Chair Davenport, there's any action taken in executive session?
We just had discussions.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further discussions now that we are back? All right. I'd be happy to accept the motion if anyone has one. All right, I move that we make a recommendation to City Council to go ahead and approve with the recommendations both from that Brandon has listed in his document, and then the additional ones discussed with Mayor Rester.
Real quick, the recommendations made by Brandon are recommendations 1 through 5 as set forth in the Planning and Zoning Commission final plat subdivision document. And then how many more recommendations were there, Superintendent?
There were five well, there were 3 plat notes. Okay, the first one was first plat note. Note to be added to plat specifying that the maximum impervious cover per lot directly correlates to the prescribed drainage ordinances. The second one, impervious cover for the entire 5.03 acres is limited to 30%. Number 3, any road built on the 5.03 acres shall count against the 30% impervious cover. The fourth one I had listed was to address the driveway issue or between 3 Brook Meadow and 5 Brook Meadow, so that the residents can access their property. And then I had Commissioner Sonny's concern about that blank for, you want to include those last 2?
The one you're talking about on the driveway is actually covered in number 5. Okay, Breeze, correct? And then I wanted to make sure that the condition was met that that sliver of land in question behind Kruger. Yeah, the Kruger property, behind the Kruger property that is claimed by both Ms. Kruger and Homestead.
So,
It could impact impervious cover.
Andy, would it be fair that that you're recommending approval with the 5 recommendations set forth in the document provided by Brandon, and then the first 3 that Suzanne read, but not numbers 4 and 5?
Number 4 was actually addressing number 5 of Brandon's. And then number 5 that I had noted was Commissioner Sonny's concern about the entrance opening to a blind bird.
Yes, that would be great. Okay, great.
No,
That's my motion.
okay, so the motion is to move to make a recommendation to City Council to approve the recommendation as set forth in the Planning and Zoning Commission final revised subdivision document provided by Brandon from Cape Breeze, listing his notes, numbers 1 through 5, and
Correct. And my sliver of land.
and your sliver of land, sorry, and to address the sliver of land in question behind the Kruger property as the ownership claim would affect the impervious cover for modern homes. I apologize. That's
That'll be written up, as a motion on the council's time and the council agenda, and so,
you need a motion to tear down or include one.
Need a second.
do feel that we should engage that.
That's amendment number 5.
So just to be clear, would the condition be that the city's engineering firm can engage in whatever traffic impact analysis that our engineering firm thinks necessary and present that information to the council at the time the council considers this?
Why can that not be a requirement?
To get up to
A second on the amendment.
I made a motion, we voted on that.
Well, we need a second amendment.
There's
There's two motions.
there's a proposed amendment on the floor, needs a second. Prepared for, so that would be for the traffic analysis to be considered as part of that, item number 5. So you put on the amendment first, and then you put on the amendment, if there are no other amendments.
Voting on the amended motion, Chair Davenport.
Yes.
Commissioner Tamara Robertson.
No.
Commissioner Chris Constantine.
I guess, first I just want to say, I think there's obviously a lot of opposition to this within the community. I think the city should undergo some fiduciary studies of their own to make sure that just trying to develop with the eye to property taxes versus some probably low impact, low lift things that we can do to raise revenues, possibly the sales tax or the other means that also make this community sustainable. I'm not in favor of this development myself, though I do take to heart the duty that's been put forward, explained by Mr. Wymore, that because our city engineers have signed off and said that from a technical standpoint, this does meet the requirement, I will vote. Yeah.
Okay, so the amended motion to include the city engineers to do a traffic study. Out of the forum, 2 votes yea, 1 nay. And the main motion. Commissioner Tamara Robertson. Commissioner Chris Constantine. Chairperson Andy Davenport.
All right, very good. In that case, I would entertain a motion to adjourn this evening's meetings. Second. 21:34.
Congratulations, Commissioner.